the pharmaceutical companies, the hospital systems, the insurance companies, and I like to say even academia to a certain extent, are really beholden to investors. And on a legal level, they have a fiduciary responsibility to turn a profit. If they don't, they're in legal trouble.
Do you think there's any medical schools that might help take on this program?
I would love to see that. And I am definitely pushing people that I know at HHS to get us in. Because, one of Bobby Kennedy's initiatives is that there needs to be nutrition training in medical school. But they're speaking with this absolute certainty, which is immediately like, wait a minute. If I don't see the data and the data is not available, how are you so certain?
That's insane. That is a lot of possible poorly administered medical therapy that may even be more harmful than helpful.
Right.
Tell me who you are and what you do.
Emily Kaplan, and I'm the co-founder of the Broken Science Initiative, which has a medical society and also something called MetFix, which stands for Metabolic Fix. I'm going to keep going on that one. That could go in for a long way. So Broken Science is really looking at sort of the ills of modern medicine and the philosophy of science and how we purport to think that there's not a proper definition for what science is. And so we're putting a definition to it, which is based in probability theory. And then our medical society is about 50% healthcare workers, and mostly doctors, and 50% patients. And they're really wanting to both be exposed to really good research and also be exposed to the bad research in the sense of being able to deconstruct medical research through things like we have journal clubs and we have webinars with experts. The goal of that is really to teach people the tools so that they can then go and read research for themselves in a more informed fashion. And then MetFix is really mostly gyms. So we have over 100 locations in the United States now it's an affiliate model. And they come to a 2-day course where we teach them about the mechanisms of action of how your body processes food as energy, which either leads to disease or it leads to health. So it's the basis for all chronic disease we, now know is lifestyle. And I think our curriculum is the best out there. So we've had a lot of doctors take it and report back that they're just absolutely blown away that they didn't learn that stuff in medical school. And we have a ton of personal trainers who are taking it and going back to the gyms that are MetFix gyms, and they are reversing chronic disease in sometimes 8 weeks. So the power of lifestyle, I think, has been so underemphasized in our sort of modern society, which is part of broken science. It's really part of this polypharmacy problem that we have, part of all of the research that we have that's, very easy to manipulate. And really something that I think people need to be more aware of and front of mind is that, the pharmaceutical companies, the hospital systems, the insurance companies, and I like to say even academia to a certain extent, are really beholden to investors. And on a legal level, they have a fiduciary responsibility to turn a profit. If they don't, they're in legal trouble. So they're not looking out for what is the patient's best interest. They're looking out for how do we sell more product. And so I think the doctors are the ones who really have the moral obligation to think what is the best, sort of treatment plan or preventative plan for patients. But unfortunately, as you know, doctors are spending about 12 minutes a year with their patients. And so they just don't have the time to implement these lifestyle, put it wherever you want to call them, interventions, going back to sort of the root cause of the problem. And so they're really matchmaking symptoms to prescriptions in ways that they don't want to do either. So we have about a dozen doctors that have opened MetFix gyms in their clinical practices. And it's a really beautiful system because I think while they're still seeing patients for, maybe more than 12 minutes because they're much more awake to the problems of, the care models that we have, but being able to say like, hey, Em, you got to lose 10 pounds and then I come back next year and now I got to lose 20 pounds. And then next year we're talking about lots of medicines that I need you to put on. They can say, hey, go to the MetFix gym in our practice and I work out there 3 times a week. So I'll see if you're there or not, right? And they're checking in with the coaches that are there And they're actually really able to drive the change that they want to drive, but they're somewhat powerless to do or to prescribe. So I'm very interested in that model. And I think like it's pretty incredible that I'm very, very proud of the team that we've built. We have, I think, the best and the brightest people at what they do. So I like to say like everybody on the team is better at what they do than I am or than anybody else I know. And so collectively, it's a small group of people, but we're just hell bent on getting this education to more people. And so I think we've really been able to design a curriculum and then a lot of continuing education. So we have an online class on type 2 diabetes. We have one coming out on reactive oxygen species. We have one coming out on women's health that's going to be very involved. And, we're just going to keep adding to them. Those classes are really inexpensive. They're really thorough. And they're just another line of defense against what I really think is like, it's funny because it's like misinformation, but like the modern understanding of a lot of these things is really confused. And we can talk about why that is, or we can go in a million directions from here. But I think like Netflix and Broken Science are really, Greg Glassman is my business partner, and he put it beautifully, and I'm not going to say it as eloquently as he did, but basically like Broken Science is exposing these problems and Netflix is solving for them. And so I think it's sort of, we have that vertical integration as an education company to really empower people to do it. And I think the education is hard, but it's not so hard that somebody who hasn't graduated from college, who's hugely dedicated to fitness and health, can't come in and learn and leave feeling very confident in recommending getting carbs and sugar out of the diet and removing seed oils from the diet. Those are the two primary things that we sort of recommend people do in order to regain health or maintain health for a longer period of time.
In my mind, I do in fact have a list that's now at around 18 different directions. Yes. So
I could have just said, "Hi, I'm Emily Kaplan," right? And then let you take it from there.
No, this is what's delightful is you are clearly very passionate about this model that you're speaking of. So let me start at the top level. You've got what sounds like an org. Is it a charity?
No,
is that right?
It's a business.
Right. Well, there's the Metfix. Right?
They're both.
Okay.
Yeah, they're both
Broken Science.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So the correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of the doctors that you probably have as clients, this is what I feel like I keep observing over and over again, is you have a lot of young doctors who are going through the process of medical education, learn what is supposed to be done. And it's not like they're immediately getting their diploma and they're like just jumping out on the other side and jumping into this whole new, lifestyle as medicine, nutrition, et cetera. They seem to go through a period where they are practicing what they understood was what they're supposed to do. And then becoming a bit disengaged sometimes, a bit downtrodden. And then ultimately, as happens with so many low-carb doctors, especially that I've chatted with, because I'm friends with a lot of low-carb doctors, like our late Sarah Hallberg, they're just getting to this point of feeling like it just doesn't work. And as they come to find that so much really does come back to metabolic health in particular, and that we've been losing that over the last few decades, there's kind of this awakening to where there's actually more of a pursuit, more of an intent on their own time to pursue these kinds of things. And I have to ask the first provocative question. Do you think there's any medical schools that might help take on this program?
I would love to see that. And I am definitely pushing people that I know at HHS to get us in because, one of Bobby Kennedy's initiatives is that there needs to be nutrition training in medical school. And my pushback to him is it has to be the right nutrition training because part of the problem is, and I think, one of the things that I like to say when I am able to go to our seminars is this is hugely controversial, what we're going to teach you this weekend. It is not controversial because it's questionable. You can find this in a biology textbook. It's controversial because it is intentionally not taught to doctors and it is not taught to registered dietitians. Because if it was, they would not prescribe the dietary guidelines. And registered dietitians, by license, have to prescribe the dietary guidelines. if they go outside of that, they risk losing their license to practice. So that it leads us a little bit into this sort of history and the corruption of these problems. Once you learn this stuff, you will never tell people to eat the majority of your diet as a high-carb diet, right? And you will not push processed foods once you understand how reactive oxygen species is a signaling molecule in the cell that tells the cell if it's full or not, right? And so if you have low ROS, your cells are like, give me more, give me more. And so you look at the advent of chronic disease, and it's like you can almost directly track both, chronically high levels of insulin and chronically low levels of ROS. And I think once you start putting those pieces back together, you can't unsee it. But I think medical schools still have Coke and Pepsi in their cafeterias, right? Like hospitals have to serve the dietary guidelines. There's a lot of this that's really entrenched, both through, what has become policy through the incentive structures of, lobbying and pharma money. And I mean, it really used to be big food. So having looked at this stuff for, 20 odd years, it's really interesting to see things like the American Diabetes Association, right? Like their gold platinum sponsors used to all be like Coke, Pepsi, Kellogg, and now it's all pharma. And it's this perfect runway, right? Like eat this shitty food, and then we're going to put you on these medicines, and those medicines are going to cause side effects, and we're going to put you on more medicine. I mean, we have vertical integration at Broken Science. That's almost by design, exactly what they did, but getting you on the opposite path, right? On a path to health. And I think, I'm very good friends with Tom Seyfried, who's the cancer as a metabolic disease guy. And he tells me all the time about how he used to be invited to go do grand runs, and that, the head of the hospital would come up to him and say, like, if you're right about this, like, we're bankrupt. Like, cancer is one of the biggest revenue generators in the hospital. You can't talk about any of these issues without remembering the incentives behind them. And so
we should talk for a moment about Seyfried, because, of course, what you're referring to is a central hypothesis of his, which gets back to the Wahlberg effect, which is Warburg, is that cancer cells predominantly, not entirely, but predominantly are fermenters, and therefore quite relevant.
Yeah, well, so his thesis is really that the cancer is in the mitochondria, not the nucleus. So it really undoes the somatic theory, which says that cancer is a genetic disease, it's in the nucleus. So there were these old experiments, which is really what just like kind of blew my mind, they're called the nuclear transfer experiments. And they're beautiful because they're so simple. So what you do is you take a cancer cell and you move the nucleus into a healthy cell. And then healthy cell doesn't develop cancer. You do the same thing with the mitochondria, and suddenly the healthy cell is cancer. It's so, just please explain to me, how that's not, proof. I hate saying proof because I think everything in science is about uncertainty, but it really is pretty radical. And, a long time ago when I was a reporter and I interviewed him and I was sort of understanding this stuff, I couldn't believe that this hadn't just undone it, right? But then you look at, and so to go back to your point, so, the cell ferments, right? And it's oxphos, and so it's in the presence of glucose. And that was Otto Warburg, who was a, gay Jewish man who Hitler protected and built a lab for because he realized that he was so brilliant and he was probably going to understand cancer better than anybody. And when people push back on this theory, I always like to point to PET scans. So once you get cancer, they do PET scans to see if it's metastasized from them. What do? Well, they inject you with radioactive glucose, and where the glucose lights up in the body is where the cancer cells are feeding. So on some very mainstream level, we recognize that the glucose metabolism is what the cancer cells are feeding off of, because that's how we know where the cancer is in your body. So again, it's there's this weird cognitive dissonance with all this stuff where we've accepted that PET scans are showing us where the cancer is, and we're doing that through glucose. But then we can't get to the point where we say, well, glucose is stimulating the growth of cancer cells.
And so bring that back to, he was originally being invited to these hospitals, and they were
so Seyfried has basically taken the Warburg hypothesis and updated it. So he's added on that you have to control for glutamine too. Now, the issue with that is that there's off-patent drugs that control for glutamine, so no one's making any money off of this, right? But his protocols have been implemented, and he really, usually with the people who have been through the worst of the worst, and he has, they are responsible for reversing glioblastoma and triple-negative breast cancer. I mean, like, these people are on their deathbed.
Those are very severe cancer types.
And then they come back, and they don't live forever. But I think we probably all have cancer, and the goal is to really, you want to outlive your tumors. And so this notion that glucose is fueling is hugely important for the public to know. So when Tom goes and he lectures, he's explaining to people, like, we declared the war on cancer and, Nixon 1977, something like that. And what's happened since then? We've only gotten worse. And we got rid of smoking. So we should have seen a huge decline, but it's actually gotten worse. Well, what else? How much sugar we're all eating, right? So that the consumption of sugar is another one of these like linear relationships with cancer. And I think, to get to the research piece of it, one of the things that drives me crazy, and I don't know exactly when it is, but within the last 5 years, cancer trials have moved the endpoint. All-cause mortality is what we really care about, right? If I take this intervention or this drug, am I going to live longer or not than those who don't take it? They don't do that anymore. Now it's just, is the cancer tumor shrinking or not? So you see, it was about a year ago, I think it was last fall, there was, every news outlet in the country was reporting like big cancer breakthrough, like incredible. They've been shrinking these tumors. And I looked up the study. The people in the intervention group were dying earlier. So yeah, you shrunk their tumor, but they died before the control group. So what does that tell you? You have to ask, is the intervention that you're giving them killing them? Because they're not dying of the tumor anymore. You've suppressed the tumor growth, but you've induced death. Isn't that worth us talking about? Instead of everybody reporting cancer breakthrough, we figured out how to shrink cancer cells, but we're killing the people in the trial.
So I'm gonna ask a provocative follow-up to what you just said.
You can tell I don't really like to be provocative at all.
No, I know. But you know why I'm stating it the way that I am, if I've just watched a lot of your material, was the intervention death rate that was higher statistically insignificant.
So we're going to talk about p-values. I hate p-values.
We're inevitably going to be talking about, but that's the question that I'm sure a scientist that was in favor of this intervention would likely say. Is they would say, well, wait a sec, was it statistically significant?
It was statistically significant.
Oh, it was? Okay.
It was also, you could see it with your eye. You didn't need any statistics, right? Because, let's say there's 10 people in this trial. So 5 in each group. This is not accurate, but just hypothetically, I don't remember the exact numbers. And so, the 5 that are in the cancer shrinking group, 3 of them had their tumors shrink. And all 5 of them died within, 4 months after treatment. Whereas the control group that didn't have the tumors shrank lived for 9 months. It was, right. You could see it in the data without running any analysis.
Right. So we're getting back to this larger meta, which brings us back to Siegfried, which is I say I've got an intervention that'll be helpful to you. How do I come to that conclusion? Well, actually, there's these trials that have made use of this intervention, and they have these results. That's great. What's the business model that's associated with that intervention? If the answer to that question is it's really not one, then there's not going to be a lot of funding behind putting that intervention forward. That's just a reality of the situation that we're in right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be argued that wasn't as much of a problem before as it is today. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
So bringing it back,
we didn't have as much sickness, right?
Right. Yes. And that's
so the marketplace has really opened up, and I have theories as to why, but I think it's in large part, I think just the most common sense answer would be, we have these companies that have made this incredibly delicious food that's really cheap, that has no nutritional value, and is deleterious to your health. And people get sick, and we have treatments. I think it's something like 85% of the government spend on healthcare goes to treatment, not prevention. So my feeling is like, if you're the government, that's like you work for me, right? Like my taxpayer dollars are going to fund this stuff. Why don't you focus on prevention? Let the drug companies focus on the treat. And we would see a huge shift. But I mean, even this panel that I was on this morning, I'm talking to all these like pharma executives. So I was like trying to behave. Well, also like, I feel really strongly like most of them don't need to exist. And so I was, trying to think of something positive to say. And I was like, if you all could just see that like this movement is happening, right? People are waking up to some of this stuff. The average American over the age of like 55 is on like 5 or more medications. They don't want to be. I mean, we can talk about GLP-1s, but I think one of the big things about GLP-1s really interesting to me is that when they started, when they first came out and they seemed to be so effective, I was like, somebody's going to stop this. Because if you take the GLP-1, even though it's so expensive, you're going to get off your high blood pressure medication. You're going to get off your, diabetes medication. Like that's potentially a loss leader for the pharmaceutical company. It's this blockbuster drug, but it's canceling out all of your other revenue lines, right? It's kind of interesting. And I think that's yet to sort of fully play out. And I actually heard recently that there's 3 osteoporosis medications on the market to treat people on GLP-1s because your bones, fall apart. So there's far from a miracle drug, I would argue. But I actually think what's interesting about GLP-1s, this is a little bit of a tangent, but since we have all the time in the world, we might as well, right?
The tangents you want.
I think that they really mimic a ketogenic diet, right? So they're controlling your insulin, and people will talk about how like they're not hungry. Well, I've put a lot of people on a ketogenic diet, and the number one complaint that I would get from people is I'm bored. And I'd be like, well, get a new hobby, because like you used to eat all the time because you couldn't access your fat on your body for energy, and now you can. So you're not thinking about food all the time. And so when people talk about how like the food noise goes away, it's because you're not in a glycolytic pathway anymore, right? So my feeling for our MedFix affiliates is that like instead of rejecting this as, like a medicine, people can do this naturally, use it as a bridge. Get people into ketosis while they're on the GLP-1 and make sure they're lifting heavy weights. You'll preserve that lean body mass. I mean, it seems that that's possible. And you get them off of it and they won't regain the weight. And I mean, some of the studies that I've looked at, it seems like you start taking these things and because of the lean body wastage, you actually, if you're like 30% body fat when you go on it, you get off it and you've lost 40 pounds, but now you're 35% body fat.
I've heard about this, and there's a term for it. I don't remember what the term is, but it's like on the weight regain, the proportion of your lean versus fat mass has now moved down.
Right.
Bottom line. And there's, again, to what you said, I think a lot of doctors do try their best to use it as a kind of jumpstart. And for what it's worth, I have family members who I like to call them challenge cases, because they'll just say, listen, I just need a solution that's in a pill. I'm too addicted to the food types I am, and I'm just going to accept that that's where I'm at. So find me a solution that I can take in the morning or as an injectable.
Yep.
And I'm going to go with that.
Yep.
And for those challenge cases, saying, okay, but for what it's worth, see if you can make use of it to help bridge you to a new life.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the name of the game, right? And so I think I'm not against medicine, right? But I think it's always a risk-reward calculation. So if you have somebody, let's say, like in their 80s, who is really overweight on 5 or more medications, and you can get them down to a healthy weight, they're going to get off those other medications, and that will probably extend their life. Now, it's really the weight loss that's driving, right? So if they could lose the weight on their own, great. If they can't and they've tried for years, then I'm not against this, because I think also if you're 80, the long-term risk of these things, which we don't yet fully know, is way less, right? Like they're not going to be living for 50 more years. Whereas putting kids on these things, I feel much more adamant, like no way, right? Like you've got to, we're feeding kids horrible food at school. The amount of time that kids get to spend at recess now is less than what we require of prisoners.
I did not know that.
I mean, like, what are we doing? So like, that's on us to help them and not just inject them with something so that we don't have to deal with our failed system. I think that's really important to me.
Now I'll play devil's advocate.
Okay.
Sure, a lot of doctors and pharma reps in the room would say, well, listen, this is America. People like their Frappuccino. If that's what they like, then that's fine. And we have something to help them out once they run into trouble. What's the big deal?
I think I'm personally, I believe in individual rights and personal autonomy, like foremost in my value system, right? So I would say, sure, pick the Frappuccino, but to what end, right? And do they understand that there is actually an alternative? And I think that's where the education piece becomes so important, because I don't think, I'll give you an example. When my kids were little and I would go to the playground with them, and I live in a, perfectly wealthy, whatever, suburb outside of Boston, and you'd see all these moms giving their kids these organic juice packs that were, 30 grams of sugar. American Academy of Pediatrics says kids should have 23 grams of sugar a day, all day. You just gave Johnny that and he drank it in 5 seconds. They don't know any better, right? They think it's organic, and so it's good. That's the level of miseducation or re-educating that I think that we need to do. So what I would say is okay, well, let's sit down and talk about this. I think if you're pre-diabetic or you get diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, there should be a conversation that happens that basically says, look, we're going to put you on metformin, and then in a couple years, you'll probably need insulin. And then in a couple more years, we may have to amputate your foot. Or we can start, moving some of the soda out of your diet, and we can start seeing if you can eat more steak. And over time, we're going to move more in that direction. And then you probably won't need all that stuff. Your choice.
You sound like David Unwin. I'm sure you're familiar.
Not really.
Okay. He has this discussion with his patients.
Okay. I see. I think that's it's the moral conversation. Let the person decide.
Yeah.
Right. But I think once you know that there's a choice, you're also more conscientious when I love chocolate chip cookies. But when I eat them, I know what I'm doing to my body, and that controls me. Right.
Yeah.
But if I didn't know that, if I thought, Mountain Dew was great for breakfast because my mom drank Mountain Dew and everybody in my family does, and no one's ever told me that that's driving all the diabetes. I think it's really interesting when I meet people and they're like, oh, everybody in my family is diabetic. It's genetic. And I'm like, it's genetic because that's what you're eating. Mom's eating this, and so the kids are eating that. Not genetic because it's encoded in your DNA, right? This is a family situation, and so the whole family is affected by it. And so I think you have to allow people personal choice, but through an education model that actually presents the choice, right?
I have diabetes rampant on my dad's side of the family. And a lot of the extended family on that side, I've had this conversation with them, and they've said, well, it's genetics. It's kind of just something that comes up with our family a lot. And I've had a couple of the family members where I've gotten deep into the conversation with them, and I've said, how much has diabetes affected the entire Western world? Did all of the genes change everywhere?
Right.
To where all of a sudden it's the rampant, throughout the entire Western civilization. Of course, being hyperinsulinemic from a very young age is very relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, yes, to getting back to the choice.
Probably even in utero, right?
Yes. Yeah. So getting back to the choice, how much value would you get, for example, in having a fasted insulin test from the earliest years? Well, we know from Joseph Kraft's work, for example, even without doing Kraft OGTT, it'd be super valuable, because at least you would find that, it's kind of elevated in those folks a good decade to a decade and a half, maybe 2 decades before they actually develop full-blown type 2 diabetes. The elevated glucose is late.
Mm-hmm.
It's a late and usually a too late attribute of diabetes. But fasting insulin, there's nothing we can do about it. There's the way to fix it is lifestyle related.
Well, and I would even go back farther than that. I would say body fat, because women, just to get into sex differences a little bit, women's fat cells have the ability to expand far greater than men's. And so you often will see women who have their blood work actually looks okay. And they're huge. And you're like, how is that possible? And it's just basically that as long as your fat cell can expand and hold it, and it's not, the amino acids aren't spilling over into the blood, they're okay. But they're on the precipice of disease, right? But the first indicator, I think, is the body fat. Because I think it's as the body is expanding, it's trying to do everything it can to stay in balance. I mean, I think the human body is such a brilliantly beautiful design, and it's all about balance. So I think when we have these stressors, the body's compensating, and we say that's bad or that's good. It's not. It's the body is trying to manage the stress that we're putting it under. But I mean, even to go back to the idea of like have our genes all changed. I am not an expert on genetics by any stretch of the imagination, but I feel like the more I learn about it, the more it's really clear that there's that great expression about how like your genes are the gun, but the environment is the trigger. And I think it's like even with things like BRCA1, which, people think like, oh my God, if you have this gene, you're definitely going to get breast cancer. But it's still only 50% of people who have BRCA1.
Well, I don't want to be dismissive of epigenetics because that, of course, is another major component. It's just that if I kidnap you and take you to Dave Island, this is like one of my favorite examples, and then I feed you cake and pizza and so forth, I believe that I'm going to succeed at making you diabetic.
Yes.
Now, there's some number, I think it's the 5th group or something in Joseph Kraft and his research that did not seem to develop diabetes. They seemed, no matter what they were consuming, they didn't seem to have a hyperinsulinemic response or something to that effect. But they were super rare and still don't.
And also give it time.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, also, let me have some time with your beta cells on your pancreas. And I think eventually it's, something's going to happen. Where we're recording is near middle school. And middle school today does not look like the middle school when I was a kid.
No.
Not even close. And genuinely, I feel an ache when I'm driving past them and I'm going, wow. It's not just that this has happened. It's that the level of concern and outrage, it's the frog in the boiling water effect, where this seems to have gotten way too normalized.
Yeah.
That's the scariest part to me.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons I enjoyed watching a lot of your talks with the Broken Science Initiative, by the way, the sickness societies, I forget what the talk was that you gave, and I think it was at one of your conferences, is like required watching, in my opinion. It's like one of the best talks I've seen.
Nice compliment.
No, but it really does a great job of going through, not just the various issues, but also end to end all of the different problems over the course of research. There's one of the, I'm going to see if I can quote this correctly. In a scenario where you're paid as a journalist, because you were formerly a journalist,
yeah,
that's the publication pays you. You owe them your time and your work for investigative reporting, right? You still have to be mindful of your career and maintain your integrity. What if you flip it? You're paying them. That's typically an advertiser model.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So in a situation where the scientists are hoping to get published, and ironically, they're submitting their work for free, the publication can charge for it to be available, or you can pay. We've paid for all of our papers to be open access so that they're always available. But we have to pay a lot of money.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of money that's been paid.
I did a story a long time ago about Alexandra Albakian, who started Sci-Hub. And she's been in hiding. She basically was a neuroscientist who couldn't get access to any of the papers because they were too expensive. And I think she was in Russia at the time. She was sort of a hacker. And so she basically developed this network of people who would share passwords so that they could share scientific work. And she developed something called Sci-Hub. And it basically was a scrape of every medical journal throughout time. And you could go on and you can get any paper. She was obviously sued, and she was like, when I was working on the story, she was like really an international fugitive in hiding. But when I was working on that, I was like, can I swear?
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit, this is like the best business, because like the taxpayer pays for the academic institution that's doing the work.
Most of the time.
Most of the time. There may be some pharma money mixed in there, right? But some of our taxpayer dollars are going to the research or building the lab. Then the researchers will, apply for a grant. So they're getting more money from the government to do this specific study. So we've paid twice. Then they do the research. They go to publish it in a high impact journal where you oftentimes have to pay a submission fee. Okay. So who pays that? The university, the individual, right? There's probably some taxpayer money we could find in there. So that's 3 times. Then it gets published in a journal that charges a huge amount of money for a subscription for. So the academic institution pays for a subscription to the journal that's publishing the research that they've paid for from start to finish, and no one else can access it. And then you go into how is the sausage made? Well, the peer reviewers aren't getting paid. So you've got the writers, the scientists, writing the publication work, are not paid. They're paying. You've got the people working to make sure that this is solid, which we can talk about problems with that. They're not paid. So it's like literally like zero overhead. The whole thing is just driving revenue towards Elsevier or these other big publishers. And I think, you look at the system and how broken peer review is, and you think like, well, it couldn't have lasted forever. Like, quite a good racket, right? Well, and no one's fact checking, right? Like, there's no checks and balances like there is in a news organization. So, like, if I wrote a long form magazine piece, it would be 2 months. I mean, I wrote a big story for the New York Times on C-sections. I literally cited, gave them references for every sentence I had in there. One of the researchers told me that he stays up at night worrying about, how many C-sections he'd given that year or whatever. And I was asked his wife, does he really stay up at night? I mean, it was like every...
It's a strong statement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but not when it comes to medical journals. The peer reviewers are told to assume everything is accurate and no fraud has happened. And that, when you get into the AI stuff, they're not given the data sets. And they're also, I've been told by people that sometimes they're even told this was really expensive and they're not going to go back and redo the study. So don't even bother looking at the design of the study.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's crazy.
So I have to confess something to you.
Okay.
Knowing that our appointment was coming, I've been in the sausage making. You're aware of this.
Yes.
I'm now published. I'm a co-author on my research. And in particular, at the time that we're recording this was coming out of a controversy of our own that we've been working around. And so I've had a very up close and personal experience with this for the last, 7-8 years, something to that effect. One of the difficulties of mine that my colleagues unfortunately have to put up with is that I'm constantly going, this is crazy. This whole process has so many problems with it. But I also have this other issue, which is it's like Fight Club. You don't talk about Fight Club. With regard to research, anything that I complain about makes it harder for me to conduct the research,
mm-hmm.
which in a field that's about truth seeking seems absolutely at odds with itself.
Mm-hmm.
I should be able to complain rightfully on those things that I think are worth scrutinizing.
Well, so the only thing I would push back on, and I want to hear more about, because I haven't gotten an update from you. So I would love to, if you want to get into some of that, I'd love to hear what's going on. But on a larger scale, there's a reason why, newspapers or magazines or, I worked for 2020 in prime time. There's a reason why there's oversight.
Right.
Different departments, right?
Yes.
So, if you're the researcher, you shouldn't be the one doing, saying, hey, guys, I mean, you could say, hey, guys, we did this wrong, or, we got to think about this another way or whatever. But there should also be oversight from some other body that's saying, hey, guys, you did this wrong, right? It's collaborative but not collaborative and hey, let's all get along. I mean, I can't tell you how many arguments I've gotten, screaming arguments with editors about stories.
But that's exactly why I'm drilling into it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people watching this right now may not truly appreciate how much scrutiny a magazine or a newspaper has to apply to its reporters, has to, for its survival, because it's, and this is why things like proofing and fact checking is so crucial, and it has to be separated from the person doing the story.
Yeah.
In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, they're often kind of primed by their superiors. Hey, just assume that things have been gotten wrong.
Yeah.
Right. Just assume that. Definitely be drilling into the strongest things to fact check.
Yeah, the rule in newspapers was always, if your mother tells you she loves you, check it out. And you need two sources that are independent. I mean, the media has gone off the rails. So like, I'm talking about like real journalists a long time ago, right? I don't want to say that this is the current media environment or like make anybody confused.
That's its own
my feeling
discussion, right? But at the time that you were a journalist,
I mean, and it was really stressful.
Yeah.
I mean, I once got something wrong and I still feel really bad about it. And it was a woman who actually in Vegas when I was a reporter here, had like opened a business and she'd been sober for say like 12 years. And it was a typo. I left off the one. And so it looked like she'd been, it was a teeny tiny, like one sentence in the story, right? But she was like, oh my God, like people in my community are going to think that I've only been sober for 2 years. And we posted a correction. And I mean, I sent her flowers, but that was 20 years ago. I still feel in my heart like that's horrible. Like that may be the only time that woman ever is in print. And I got it wrong. And so, I mean, it was really serious. Like it was not, because I think, and this is definitely a tangent, but I really think that stories are our most valuable commodity. I think you can, like when you die, you can leave tons of money or property or fame or whatever, but it can all go away. It's the stories that people tell about you that keep you alive, right? And I think anybody who's lost somebody knows that over time you talk about that person less and less, right? You need them in your life less and less to kind of keep you company. But it's because the story is keeping them alive. You go somewhere, you see something that reminds you of something and a story of that person, and they kind of visit you a little bit in that moment. And so I think as a journalist, I took telling people's stories very seriously.
This is why it's not a tangent, because we're getting to accuracy.
Right.
We're getting down
representation of something.
Right.
Right. And so, I mean, from going back to the peer review thing, I mean, I have this like collection that I keep of high impact journal editors, right? So like Marcia Engel, the head of the New England Journal of Medicine, who says like, we can no longer believe that anything that we publish is right. I think I have 10 of them now.
Yeah, I think I saw the slide.
And these like they're the biggest editors, and they're saying basically like, I don't trust what we're publishing in my publication, and it's no one is paying any attention. I mean, can you imagine the editor of the New York Times coming out and saying like, I think half of what we're publishing is fake,
right?
And that wouldn't make like international news,
right? But you're getting to exactly what my concern level is with what I was just talking about. You don't talk about research while you're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So how many of these folks can make this quote on their way out? Mm-hmm. So they're in the process of retiring, right? That's when you hear the most honest takes from scientists. Mm-hmm. Scientists doing this. So you better believe an editor of one of the largest scientific journals in the world making this kind of statement, it should have a groundswell effect in the field of science.
Right.
But it doesn't.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
Like most people hearing this right now may not have even known this ever even happened.
Right.
And the problem is that I feel like there's a kind of collective, so what? I think if I'm trying my best to be the devil's advocate for the pushback, because I would say it's not perfect response. Look, it's not perfect. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good, but it's the best we've got.
Yeah, I'm fucking over that. I like really, because it actually leads to harm. And so I think like, it's like stupid or liar, right? Like you can't actually say like it's the best we got. I mean, like we see this in nutrition pervasively, right? Like all these epidemiological studies that tried to make some like cherry pick their data points and then like led to policy. It's like, because it's too cost prohibitive to do a metabolic ward study. Okay, So we have decades and billions of dollars spent on shit research that led us into the chronic disease epidemic. Like, are we ready to spend some money now on actually testing human bodies? I mean, women's health is the worst of this stuff. There's clinical trials that are done for women-only drugs that women drop out of the trial because they have such adverse effects, and they fill the trial with men, and the drugs are approved. I mean, it's just like...
This is something, by the way, I've just got to interject. I've so appreciated you calling attention to this, because it's not, this is not even a feminist thing. It's just a data thing.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
That studies are being populated with men and being prescribed to both sexes as though you can just trust that it's going to have an equivalency.
Right.
Why? If your claim is that you can't conduct this study because of the difficulty of doing research on women, and that's why you needed to use men, okay, fair enough, so long as you're only prescribing to men.
Right.
Like,
right.
It seems very simple to me.
No, and the pervasiveness of that problem is so not well understood. I mean, even things like aspirin, people talk about that being like one of the best randomized, doubly blinded clinical trials. There's not a woman in that study, right? Not one. Yet everybody talks about how it's so safe and all of it. Well, we don't know. You know what I mean? And I think, from 1977 to 1993, women weren't allowed to be in clinical trials. And it was like of childbearing age, which is what, like 11 or 12 until like 65. I mean, it's like literally your entire life. And so there's just this absolute, black hole of understanding. And I think people are starting to talk about it now more. But I, had a podcast that was looking at sex differences in medicine, and a column in Boston Magazine that was like a sister to the podcast. And that was like now almost 7 years ago or something, maybe more. And going very fast. And it's really interesting to see all of these like perimenopause like influencers who are getting so much of it wrong. And I'm like, I want to be supportive, because I'm like, it's so important that we call attention to this. But you can't just say these things, because you're doing the same thing that was the problem, right? And I mean, some of that research, like even things like the Women's Health Initiative, that's now really been exposed as like, it led to all of these women not taking hormone replacement therapy because they said there was an increased cancer risk. But it was like always, like, I mean, I looked at that study 20 years ago, and it was relative risk that everybody was reporting. And so, let's say it went from like 3 to 6 women developed cancer out of 10,000, and they said like your risk for cancer doubles. Like, did anybody go and read the actual data? Like, you could have cleared that up 2 decades ago, but instead we have a generation of women who are, Alzheimer's, osteoporosis. These are all things that appear to be preventable with hormone replacement therapy. Those women were denied that because of cancer risk. Again, it's a risk reward, right? So is your risk in cancer, developing cancer, exceed your risk for dementia or bone problems? Because women fall and break their hip and like are unlikely to live a full year after the hip fracture after the age of 65. Like, that's a very serious thing as you age. And I think like I mean, I could go on and on. The women's health stuff, it really does bother me, because I think it's not just being taken for granted. It's like, to your point, it's like there's an intellectual honesty that's missing here. And people would say like, well, because of the menstrual cycle, like women are just really hard to study. And I'm sort of like, you're a fucking scientist, isn't it? Don't you like hard problems? Like, isn't it
this also gets back
interesting?
This also gets back to the money. So it comes back to it just be very expensive, and who's going to pay for that is like one of my favorite answers, by the way. Mm-hmm. So again, coming from the world of software dev, do you know what kind of money we put down? And I mean, again, empires fall all the time in software development, and that's just the name of the game.
Right.
But if you want to have advancements, that's just what has to happen. And yeah, a lot of things go out of business. I'll say this. And I may get in trouble for saying this, but I just cannot come to a different conclusion. Fully recognizing that the pharmaceutical industry have brought us lots of amazing drugs, life-saving drugs, which I'm sure both you and I would acknowledge. Absolutely true. Part of my problem with it as a model is that there's a near infinite upside and very limited downside when it comes to bad data.
Mm-hmm.
It's really frustrating because, to your point, there's not really an adjudicating body. You know, in the case of bad cops, for example, I mean, they're the law enforcement. What do you do about bad cops? Well, there's a department, a dedicated department called Internal Affairs,
Right.
which their job is to catch bad cops.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when you know there's bad data out there, you went in one of your talks, you went through Harvard, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, what do? You say, this is a serious problem. We think that there's bad data here. Who's going to investigate this? And what do they say?
They're investigating themselves.
We'll investigate it.
Including the authors on the questionable papers.
Right. Because there's not a higher authority that you can appeal to.
Well, so we looked into that this is the Dana-Farber sort of scandal that nobody covered except for us. There were 53 papers flagged for image manipulation. And it was a guy who was on PubPeer, which is a great site that looks at image manipulation. And they're finding all kinds of stuff. And so what happened was this guy, Barrett Rollins, who was the science integrity officer, or the, chief investigator or whatever, he basically said, like, okay, we take this really seriously. We're going to look into it. He's named on 3 of the papers. So there was some pushback on him, like, wait a minute, how are you investigating literally yourself, right? And so he recused himself from his 3 papers, but he was still looking at, let's say, the remaining 50 papers. And like Lori Glimcher, who's the CEO of the hospital, is named on some. The guy who, there were like Harvard professors named on them. I mean, like, these are all people that he worked so closely with that if it was any other kind of investigation, you would say, like, no way. And so we dug in a little bit because we wanted to figure out who was funding those 53 studies. And we found about $30 million had come from taxpayers. And so I said to our team, like, why can't the federal government get involved, right? Like, why isn't the Research Integrity Office at the federal level, who gave this money and funded this research, not up in arms that the work is potentially fraudulent? And it turns out that the protocol is that the academic institution, or Dana-Farber is, a Harvard teaching hospital, they have to investigate themselves. And then they come to a conclusion about whether there was scientific misconduct or fraud. And then they can alert the federal government. The federal government cannot get involved until they've been called in by the institution. So talk about a conflict of interest. And so you've got Lori Glimcher, who's the CEO of Dana-Farber, who's named on some of these papers. And she's the one who decides at the end whether any research misconduct has happened. And until then, nobody else can get involved. And there was a case we found about 5 years ago at Duke where they did alert the federal government to scientific misconduct. And they ended up having to pay like $90 million. So you see what I mean? It's like it's sort of like if you have a family, like let's say you have a kid and the kid's getting in a lot of trouble. Like, do you call the police? Or do you think like, no, we're going to try to manage this ourselves, right? Like, I don't want my kid going to jail. And so you try to keep it as close as you can. But at some point, you might need to call the police, or the police might say like, hey, Emily, like, you're running a illegal operation at your house. We're coming in. And we have the right to do that. We don't have that system set up at all. And I think again, it's sort of, you look at paper mills as like another thing that I'm quasi-obsessed with, which is basically people are paying to have their names added to papers that they didn't work on. And in some cases, the work never happened. So sometimes like the lab doesn't even exist. And they're getting published in high-impact journals. And it's a massive, if you just Google paper mills, you're going to find all these crazy stories of well-regarded, big medical journals that have shut down because they've realized that most of their content is coming from paper mills. There's a lot of stuff that's coming out of China where basically like people get it in. I think they're probably paying editors to accept the submission, and then they're stacking the deck with people who need to get published. So you're at some academic institution and you know that if you don't publish 10 papers in the next 2 years, you're not going to get tenure or whatever, or you're not going to get the big grant that you want. So you just pay a couple $1,000 and they add your name to the paper. The work's never happened. I mean, that's the level of fraud that we're talking about. And so, I think when we talk about apathy too, it's like the whiplash that, anybody consuming any health or medical or even fitness information, eggs are bad, eggs are good. Like, so at some point people shut off. I mean, I think like I have somebody, I like taking risks. So like, I don't think I have a lot of patience for fear. So like, even when COVID came about and like nobody really knew what was going on, and I was like, why are we making these crazy assumptions? We don't have any data. Like you don't have a death rate. There's no denominator. Like, how are we making these wild judgments about things? But everybody was so terrified, and that fear is like really contagious. But I kind of like it because maybe that's a little weird, but I'm kind of like, well, maybe this is like a big deal, right? But maybe it's not. And like, we don't really know much about what's going on, and they're not sharing almost anything, but they're speaking with this absolute certainty, which is immediately like, wait a minute. If I don't see the data and the data is not available, how are you so certain? But I remember saying to Greg, I can't be scared for this long. Like, I'm either going to run into the fire or I'm going to figure out the fire's fake, right? And the fact that, like, I just took my kids to see Hamilton, and there were at least 50 people in the audience of the theater wearing masks. And I just think, like, people have very different fear and stress.
Oh, so as in just now you took them. I see. You said there were 50 people that were wearing masks in the theater. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. And for me, I think that really is a sign of being pretty terrified of living your life. Like, I mean, this will get me in trouble. But I think, like, when I see people wearing masks now, I mean, like, granted, some people have conditions where they need to wear them for all kinds of reasons, right? But when I see large groups of people wearing them, it kind of breaks my heart, because I feel like it's like when somebody has a mental illness that they think that they're keeping under wraps, but they're actually telling the whole world, like, look how scared I am. But they don't realize that they're selling you that, right? And so it used to kind of piss me off. And I actually did this sort of funny thing, this will also get me in trouble, but it's honest. When, we were traveling with the kids, and was a long flight, and I didn't want them to have to wear a mask the whole time. And so the rule was, I mean, in Vegas, you could smoke. You didn't have to wear a mask. So, I mean, I don't know if I'd take up smoking to not wear the mask, risk reward, right? But on planes, if you were eating. And so my kids, like, really, we try to limit the sugar that they get. But I got them lollipops that were like this big. And I was like, anytime somebody walks by, just take a lick of the lollipop. And then it's like, you're eating, so you don't have to wear them, right? And it was like, these are the workarounds that we come up with. But I think, just the idea of being fearful, I think, like, the apathy sets in because it's like every day people are trying to scare me of something else. And I just can't be scared anymore. And so then I think you either get in the fight and you want to figure out what's really true, or you just turn it off and you don't really care. And so I think what's hard is that I really wish people who were doing good work, who were really, for us, we really think science is based on predictive value. So it's not consensus based. It's not based in peer review. It's based on, you make a prediction about something, you test it, you find out how close you were to that prediction, you test it again, and you start getting some reliability about how close you are to that prediction using probability theory. And I think, like, that to me feels very honest and measurable, whereas this idea of what's been peer reviewed or not isn't. But I think there is this need for outrage within the scientific community. I'm not in the scientific community, and I'm outraged. But if I was producing really good work and it was getting mixed up with all of these people that don't even have a lab, I'd be furious, right? We're in the same cohort. No, I'm going to call you out, because what I'm doing is honest and authentic, and I'm critically thinking, and you're just photoshopping images, and we're considered the same? No, that's not fair.
Yeah, this is actually a good way. This is a good place to segue into the reproducibility crisis. Mm-hmm. Could you give us a quick overview on that?
Well, so really that's John, I always say his last name wrong, Ioannidis, who's a professor at Stanford, and he also works for a really cool place in Berlin. But he came up with this paper that was called "Most Research Findings Are False." And it's
like the most cited.
It's the most cited, medical journal article ever. And his conclusion was basically that, these things haven't been replicated and they can't be. I mean, it's more involved than that, but it was looking at it was a meta-analysis looking at a large amount of medical research, and was really, data driven to sort of come to the conclusion that more than half of our research is shit. I'm sure John would put it like that.
Well, and in particular, I think that one of the things that brought this, one of the more fascinating efforts I think ever, was something in the neighborhood of 50-some existing studies were reproduced or was attempted to be reproduced by a group of...
Are you talking about Begley and Ellis? Maybe?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Yeah, so that wasn't just in cancer and hematology. So the replication crisis is really looking at all fields of medicine. But Begley and Ellis, I think it was 53 or 56 studies that, and it was working with Amgen, which is, a drug company. And I think the way that I've heard the story is that they realize that a lot of, you go to these medical conferences and then you go hang out at the bar afterwards and people are basically pointing out whose research is good and whose research is bad. And I think for a drug company, you want to use good research. I'm not going to get into the conspiracy theory rabbit hole that you're not actually trying to make a drug that works. Assume you are. So you want to know, is this person honest? Are they doing good work, right? You're essentially hiring them or taking them on if you're going to develop it into something. And so they took these hallmark studies in cancer and hematology and they tried to replicate them. And they went to insane lengths to do it, including recruiting the lead authors from the original studies to come in. They rebuilt the labs and they promised those authors anonymity. And so in order to get their buy-in, they said, look, we're going to do everything we can. We haven't been able to replicate your results, but we're going to work with you. We're going to try to do this. And if we can't, we'll never tell anybody that your work couldn't be reproduced. So there's no risk for you to be involved in helping us. So they got these authors together, they redid the lab, they redid the work, and I can't remember what it was, but it was 11 out of the 53 they were able to replicate. None of the others, and none of the others have ever been retracted. So that goes to the intellectual honesty piece for me. That is just sort of, a lot of this I think is, money and incentives and whatever, but the morality, that's hard for me. If I worked with, somebody said, hey, we're going to come and try and replicate the study you did, and we weren't able to do it, I would feel an onus to let the original journal that published that work 10, 15, whatever years ago know, hey, look, something's off because I just worked with this group and we tried to replicate this and we couldn't. So can we at least put an author's note, or maybe you don't want to retract it, but you could put something on there that says this work has been tried to be replicated and it wasn't able to, and none of them did. And so those studies still
These are
can't.
Therapies? These are on...
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So cancer and hematology hallmark studies, 11 out of 53 could be replicated, and none of the remaining 42 have been retracted. So they still stand, right? So you're a doctor and you're going and you're relying on that journal article that this, intervention works. So you're still prescribing it, or you're still, using it in some capacity because it's never been retracted.
I try my best to, again, be the devil's advocate, think of a good defense. I can't think of one for this. This is, and again, I'm left with wondering how pervasive this is, because that's only for the ones that we know of.
Mm-hmm.
That's an insane rate. If you were to tell me, oh, it turned out that 90% of them could be replicated, I would say that sounds about right. I would imagine, in our best case scenario, 10% or less failure rate on the replication, and that might be something on their end.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we're talking, no, it's almost the flip side. It's almost 80%. That's insane. That is a lot of possible poorly administered medical therapy that may even be more harmful than helpful.
Right.
That I would hope that the scientists who feel responsible for that data and how that's, going to be implemented in the field of medicine,
right,
is important to them.
It's interesting too, because I think when I was looking at the Dana-Farber stuff, one of the things that kept coming up for me is the way that everybody talks about these things is the science, right? So it's oh, how can we tolerate this in science? But very few people actually take it to the extent of what does it do to a patient?
That's what I'm saying.
And so I think that's the most important thing. People are spending money, they're having hope, and it's all bullshit.
Well, first do no harm.
Right.
It's you want to be as sure as you can that the intervention that you're administering, that you're recommending that they take on, is a net benefit.
Mm-hmm.
that the chance is worth
or at least neutral. I mean, like, right? Like take a leap. But no, this stuff it's crazy. I mean, and I think like, that's why when I do that talk, I have all these crazy slides because I'm always like, what I say is it's incredible. And if I was just dropping in on something like this, I'd be like, this woman's crazy. And so those slides are backup. And I always say, like, I'll share them with anybody because I want you to go look up the sources that I have on my slides. Like, I'm just going to talk, but like, this is your research if you don't believe me, right? And it's like, they're all really credible sources. I mean, a lot of times it's the peer-reviewed authors or other people, editors coming out and saying these things. Or, I mean, the other big case that I like to talk about is with the Alzheimer's work, which was the amyloid beta 56 stuff, which was photoshopped, right?
Yeah.
And for 2 years, Nature was like, we're looking into this. And Science Magazine, I think, did they should have won a Pulitzer for that. They did one of the best investigations into that misconduct. And then the lead author comes out and she says, like, yeah, we did it. We totally made all that up. But we've subsequently done it right. So you shouldn't retract the paper because we still hold by this theory. And it's like, no, you should be in prison. You don't get to like tell us now that like you've done it, right? I mean, I can't believe that. And I was an advisor to Bobby Kennedy. And so like I know a lot of people at HHS and I'm always like, do you guys want my like hit list? It's like my blacklist of like, these people should never get federal funding again. They've admitted that they did scientific misconduct and fraud. How can you get a government contract? It's like, but they keep getting money. They keep getting funded.
So let me be sure I've got this straight. They got published in Nature. Only through external investigative reporting was it that they got caught.
Yep.
Manipulating something, which by the
way, is like the foundation of all Alzheimer's research for the last 20 years.
Yeah, the amyloid.
It's like the plaque theory of Alzheimer's.
Right.
And so like every drug, every test, everything that we've done has been based on that being accurate. And it was photoshopped.
It was just straight Photoshop.
And what's really interesting is like the site pub here where there's like all these image sleuths. I love these people because they're volunteers. And they're going in and they just like pound through all these, different studies that have images in them. And they find like, well, this image is actually the same image that was used in a study from another university somewhere else. And they just lifted it and put it in their study. Or this image has been manipulated. I mean, it's all day. Like you can go on PubPeer and you can find them flagging papers all day long. And, they're using AI. But in some cases, you can see it, right? But what's kind of cool about AI is that none of the people who did work 20 years ago thought there was going to be some tech tool that was going to be able to come in and see this stuff, right? Like Photoshop was really sophisticated. They didn't think they were ever going to get busted. Now, I just think like from, as a former journalist, like I covered murder and I really like getting into complex problems and complex people, right? And I think like, damn, I wonder if they're relieved. Like for 20 years, you've harbored that you falsified these images. And like now you don't have to lie anymore. Like, like there's something that happens with criminals in that realm where there is like almost like a sense of relief.
Right. But like with this amyloid story, what were the consequences?
Nothing. She's still like...
But that's
what I mean. Like even within the scientific field, like people aren't like ostracizing her. I mean, it's almost as though it's accepted. It's bizarre to me. I mean, like when I worked at a newspaper, like if there was a rumor of somebody plagiarizing, it was like they had the plague, right? Like people would be like very wary of somebody who had like a story that didn't seem quite right. I don't understand how that doesn't have the same sort of gravitas or just like your own instinct of like, I don't want to work with that person because I think their work is off, right? And so I think like the self-correcting mechanism like isn't there.
Well, you think of other fields, like immediately what comes to mind if we're hanging out in STEM is the law.
Mm-hmm.
Getting disbarred is gigantic.
Mm-hmm.
It's very relevant to the likelihood that you'll ever practice law again in any capacity. Right. Because it's the sin by which you are getting ostracized.
Yep.
And that's because you crossed the line. Mm-hmm. What bigger line is there to cross? Particularly if you're conceding it was by intent. that this wasn't even sloppy lab work, but actually intentional. I'm blown away at the story that you're telling me right now, particularly given the heights at where it was and how much it's affected. Again, I got to bring it back. Beyond research coming to answers, these are affecting patients. There are patients making decisions with their doctors based on this research that has long-reaching effects. But I think that's part of why. Honestly, I think, in engineering, if there were shortcuts made to design a plane and then it goes down and it kills 67 passengers, you feel it, right? And you go, what the heck happened? Find out it's a design flaw. Whose design flaw? Oh, it's this company. It turns out that they rushed it, and their data was actually cooked. You want all of them in jail. At a minimum, that company is going out of business. It's getting fined into oblivion. The people are going to. But in the case of bad data that led to over-medication for a given outcome, it could have had 100 times those deaths, 1,000. You don't feel it quite the same because it's all dispersed. It's out there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways, part of what you're saying for me goes to this idea of like public health versus like medicine, right? And so like we have all this public health is policy, it's like political, right? You're looking at population-based things and then coming up with guidelines for people.
Sure, but take the tumor example you gave earlier.
Yeah.
Right. So that medication is on the market?
Yep.
Okay. So how many people who are deciding whether or not they're going to take that medication have been appraised of exactly what you told me here, that there's a greater all-cause mortality?
Yeah, so that's what I mean. So I think like basically the doctors are charged with treating the patient in front of them, but instead they're deferring to these public health sort of like protocol, standard of care kind of things that are based on regulation, which is based on peer review. So you have this like cascade effect that obviously we could make the argument is designed to protect the patient, but it's actually been really easily manipulated. And so the patient outcomes are secondary. And I think, I mean, you could make the argument that like if you're killing people with a cancer drug, like doesn't that matter to anyone, right? But you probably signed some sort of crazy disclaimer that says that you're taking some novel therapy and therefore like you don't have any right to sue. I mean, the suing is really the recourse, right? But you got to get enough patients together. They've got to pass the Dalbert standard. There's all of these gatekeepers that make this stuff really hard to course correct in a regulatory fashion. I mean, not to bring it all back to Medfix, but I kind of think like the trick here is don't get sick, right? And if you do, you have to educate yourself and you have to change your lifestyle, because the last thing you want to do is end up in one of these situations where you are sick and you're on this conveyor belt of health and research. Because I mean, even like, Bob, my husband, is like, probably one of the world's best medical researchers. And we have people who get sick in our family or friend group, and Bob will do like a deep dive for them into, whatever it is. And it's always so depressing because it's
full disclosure to the watcher listener, Bob Kaplan is actually a co-author on our lipid energy model paper.
Oh, that's right. I
and
forgot that.
That's because he's been literally going all the way back to the beginning. Bob and I had actually been chatting long before you and I had a chance to meet. And a broader connection is that's because literally my introduction into lipidology was the straight dope on cholesterol, which was by Dr. Peter Attia, formerly the boss of Bob Kaplan. Bob Kaplan was his research, as chief of research, I believe is the title or whatever it was. And Bob's the reason I ended up on one of the earlier podcasts with Attia, a quite famous one now.
Yeah.
And so
lively.
Yes, it was. It was quite lively. But your husband, I mean, both of you are brilliant. But I love the thoughtfulness of Bob, and I'm excited to have him on at some point.
Yeah, no, I know he's looking forward to that too. I was kind of hoping he could come out with me this time, but it didn't work out.
But it's true. If I need a deep dive on, like if I wanted a diagnostician who's outside the field but absolutely wrapped around it, I'd go to your husband.
Yeah, because he's such a critical thinker and he's not emotional, right? And so he like really and he gets into the supplemental data and he looks at all the stuff. I mean, he and I joke that he has this like long list of math errors that he's found in medical journal articles. And so like it changes the results significantly. And so he'll even like obviously is rerunning the math in order to find the error. And so he'll contact the authors, and sometimes they change it without posting a correction. And sometimes they just don't even change it. I mean, it's just like but my point really was that like I think when you do a deep dive into, somebody tells you that they have something, it's really hard because the research field is just such a mess that it's really hard to be able to say, oh, like it's once in a blue moon that Bob's like, oh my God, there's this really effective treatment for this thing you have, right? It's much more like, okay, well, you've got to consider like this comes with these risk factors, which are really serious. And this seems to have some preclinical interesting markers, but Bob's always like, but I'm not really sure. I mean, there's never a straight line. And so
there's also other things that I've been critical on in this podcast before, which is, for example, you're probably familiar with run-in periods.
Mm-hmm.
Run-in periods are I get really vocal on run-in periods because for those who don't know, quick introduction, a drug company, in fact, almost all modern drug trials, as far as I know, do this, where they put the whole pool of who they've recruited onto the given drug before randomizing to the two groups. So everyone's on the drug for somewhere between 2 to 4 to 6 weeks. And during that period of time, people are allowed to exit, and they're in consultations, and they may be not feeling so great, and they decide to, they don't want to be on the trial. They're not so sure about it. And then they randomize to the two groups,
right.
One that's going to be on that drug and one that's going to be on a placebo. Now, why is that so problematic? Well, obviously, it's because whatever side effects there are to the drugs may have been experienced by the would-be participant before they end up in the randomizing between the two groups. And don't take my word or your word for it. There are lots of scientists who have said this is bias by design. It's why a lot of times the new quote-unquote miracle drug that comes out has such low side effects. And then in the field, in practice, the side effects have a higher proportion, including some that may not have ever been observed before. Why that's allowed?
Well, the other part of that I'm sure but that drives me crazy, but it feels like the sister problem to that is the placebos. That the placebos are not nothing.
True.
So like if they know that there's a likelihood that the intervention is going to cause headaches, there are placebos that have things added to them that cause headaches because it zeroes out the headaches as a side effect for the drug. Statistically insignificant. Both populations had headaches, right? Malcolm Kendrick does a lot of really great writing on the placebo problem. We all assume placebos are nothing, right? They're not nothing. And even now that I know as much as I know about sugar, people sometimes will be like, oh, it's a sugar pill. And I'm like, well, that's not good, right? So I just think like that at its most base level, you want to be testing nothing versus the intervention. And you don't want to be getting rid of everybody who has an adverse effect to the drug before you start the trial. That's insane, right? That's what you're supposed to be measuring.
But we're talking about something that ultimately results in hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. Like the data swings a lot on these outcomes. And that's why we should be caring that much about the setup. I want to go again back to the process for a second, because you were mentioning the peer, getting back to the comparison. I love comparing journalism towards actual peer review, because yes, the peers, this is what everyone typically thinks it is, because this is the story that they hear. It's a story I understood before it happens, which is, hey, a manuscript is submitted, and then it's diligently looked over by peers in the research, and they're going over every number, they're checking all the math, and then only after it passes the gold standard does it actually go out. Now, I'm not saying this is just some outside Joe. I myself have been peer reviewed, and I'll be the first to say mistakes happen. I myself have been the peer reviewer. It's voluntary work. It is, for proposed to people who are also super busy. So hopefully it's something interesting enough for them to read, for me to read. But we all have our different strengths and weaknesses. The journal editor doesn't necessarily know what our strengths and weaknesses are. Sometimes if you're like a more advanced statistician, then that may be the specific peer reviewer that they try to pursue, which is what happened with us in this most recent paper. But a lot of times what the focus is not totally known. But there's this other issue. The other issue is if there's a broad agreement on certain axioms of the field, they get carried across with the peer reviewers. One peer reviewer, can just say, no, I don't accept the premise of this paper. And it's their right to just say, I don't accept it in the way. You need to change this language, you need to have this math, and this is not a really good setup. And it can ultimately result in a lot of time burnt by the people who submitted it, because this is long after it's been accepted. It takes a while for the peer reviewers to come back. There's a running joke that it's usually peer reviewer number 2. But you never know what's coming back. I find more and more that my colleagues, in anticipation of what they're going to say, are already form-fitting the manuscript so that it's more digestible in ways that we need to adhere to the existing beliefs of the day. This is so anti-science to me. Yeah. This is why I'm the complainer among our group, where I'm like, God, why are we making edits even before we've gotten the peer reviewer responses? And they'll say, and I get it, they'll say, it's just going to waste more of our time to not already say what we anticipate that they're going to want us to say.
Yeah.
Which, again, are we talking discovery or not? And my interest, what I want is to capture and report. I want to capture the data, then I want to report the data. I don't want to introduce a whole bunch of commentary of what I anticipate the peer reviewers would want me to put in there on their behalf and on the field's behalf. But that's something I have to face all the time. And I'm dumbfounded by how much time we've had to put into it.
I think that's partly because you're a disruptor, right? And so I think like you have to remember that like the way that academia works is that people are really, I mean, my older sister is an art historian, she's very famous academic, right? So I say this with love and respect, but she's way more timid. Like just, I think the personality of the academic is not one that wants to blow shit up, right? It's somebody who sort of wants to play it safe. They've done, if they're in a high position, they've done really well politically playing the game and getting where they need to be, being avant-garde, introducing new ideas, but not ideas necessarily that overhaul everything that came before them, right? In tech, that's amazing, right? Let's overhaul everything that came before us and really introduce some new wild thing that disrupts the whole system. This is the antithesis of academia, right? And so I think what it sounds to me like what you're describing is you're like, holy shit, this is really cool. We should put this out there. And people are like, well, you have to modify it slightly so that you don't ruffle too many feathers.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is like the story of my life is like people, whenever I've started a new job, people are like, go in slow, Em. Like, you don't have to go in and be like a tornado. Like, get to know people a little bit. So I relate to that a lot. But I think that's part of the problem. I mean, I don't think that that's a good thing, but I think it is a system. And I think, you know, so much of science and academia is about like who your mentor was, right? Like what professor you studied under and how you learned from them. And so, of course, you're going to develop relationships with people and then you're going to adopt their ideas. And so I think there's a real trickle-down effect that happens, that people feel protective of the people and the work as one rather than separating them. And so like if you come in and you're like, well, no, that's all wrong. They're like, what do you mean that's all wrong? Like that's what the person I admire the most in the world, like that's their whole, you know, magnum opus that you're trying to take apart.
Yeah, but I use this exact example. You could have Bill Gates walk into a room of junior engineers and say something. I'll give you a Bill Gates example. He said, I think at one point in time, I can't imagine anybody would ever need a hard drive larger than 512 megabytes or something to that effect. Because at that time, it was a very large amount, right? Something to that effect. And of course, he got skewered about that right away and probably still does and regrets saying it, no doubt.
Yeah.
Right. I've said things that I no doubt am embarrassed that I've said, but in the presence of my fellow engineers, even people I may have just hired,
Yeah.
and I've hired 30 engineers, over my career. If you say something and you're wrong, you feel naked.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just have the power of authority, because at the end of the day, the reality of it matters, what the facts are. And to be sure, there's still, soft speak, try to get across what needs to be said.
Mm-hmm.
But it's absolutely true. I've come to recognize that in certain environments, there's not a what needs to be said. There's just a, follow. Do what needs to be done for the political reasons, which is why I've said this to a number of friends and family recently, and a few times in public, which is that a lot of times I feel now like I'm more a politician than a scientist. And I loathe that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like in 2017, 2018, 2019, when Bob and I were chatting a lot more, I felt like I was more of a scientist then, just writing on my cholesterol code blog. I would do an experiment, I'd write it up, I'd post it. This is one of my other favorite examples.
No, don't skip beyond that, 'cause I'm interested in that. So, in terms of you feel like a politician because you feel like you're defending something, and therefore, it's more about, I shouldn't answer it for you.
I'm hyper aware of things I cannot talk about, or that need to state something in a certain way.
Well, does that mean you can't talk about them anywhere, or you can't talk about them in a peer-reviewed article you're submitting?
No, there's levels of what I can and can't talk about, which make me feel like I have to be mindful of. I mean, some things are appropriately so. Some things come back to the legal and contractual, right?
Okay.
But there's some. I'm going to give you an example, because I have talked about this publicly before. Getting back to the caption report, what I would love is to have spearheaded this study, and at each stage that we had data available, I released all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Just open source it, right? The whole thing. There would be the first crack by my colleagues to be able to post that. The analysis would probably be, fairly. I'd prefer it be thin. I'd prefer we not make a whole bunch of grandiose conclusions.
Yep.
But publish the data and the code. And I'm proud to say that literally every single study that we've had, every paper that we've had up until this point, we've held it as standard. Open data and code, usually a publication. In the case of this most recent one, it's not been a publication. There is some complication to that because there's an extensions in the works. Therefore, we can't actually release everything all at once. But even so, with the scientists that I'm working with, I'm already getting a lot out of them for free. And so, to be fair to them, part of the quid pro quo is that I'm not releasing everything, in part because they're like, come on, we'd like to, have some papers out of it ourselves before it's out there to everybody. Right.
Okay.
So
but eventually you can release them.
But eventually, yeah. My intent is literally all the data I ever collect, I want out.
Yep.
Right. Full stop. And I lament.
I mean, that's the most honest way to do it, right? And
it is.
Just show everybody everything.
Yeah. And whenever I've had an internal conversation where somebody's like, well, but if we do that, people are going to find problems with them. Like,
yeah,
that's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, they will.
Right. Our very first paper, our lean mass hyperresponder paper from 2021, 22, something like that, did have some issues. And I love that when we posted it, we put the data out with the code, and some of our, because it was part of it was based on some survey data that I collected. Okay. It was a lot.
Yeah.
And some of the participants in that survey data had submitted more than once. So it was duplicates.
Okay.
But the duplicates weren't really our fault. However, people who were sleuthing were able to find the duplicates.
Yeah.
I thanked them for that. We corrected the paper. It made the graph not look as awesome.
Yeah.
And it could have disrupted our final conclusion, but it happened to not have. But it made our final conclusion not as strong.
Yeah.
As what it was from before. I am proud to describe that experience.
Yeah.
And I hold it high as something I hope can just be our standard moving forward. Right. And so that to me is good science.
But you're not being told you can't do that. It's just on a delay.
Right. I will say that I'm not going to call anyone out. This gets back to the politician part. Do I have some people who are uncomfortable with me releasing the data? Yes. Do I want to be an advocate on their part in that there is one thing with the imaging study that's a relevant consideration? And one of those is that unlike dietary data and the exhibiting the lean mass hyperresponder phenotype, you seeing the world seeing that you're the person with the worst plaque in your imaging, even if it's anonymized, is very vulnerable, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a fair thing to bring up. I knew that as subject. Exactly. And I would say that to them as well. So I would say, look, you know me.
Yeah.
And when I was trying to get the study together, I wanted to do this. I think having an embargo period covers both those bases. Mm-hmm. So the embargo period probably, I don't know for sure, there's negotiating going on, probably will be a 1 year. So probably at the point of publishing the final analysis, no more than 1 year. I want everything out. And so even the folks who may feel some embarrassment that sure enough, they had more severe heart disease than they thought, and they're worried that that'll somehow be public or whatever, I'm also going to be more upfront about that on the extension data, because maybe I wasn't as much on this front end, but I do want to be that way on this re-recruitment process. I'm going to say, just so everyone knows, all data out.
I mean, I think it's almost like it's patronizing to overprotect them if they knew what they were getting in for, right? But it's always the best to set the expectations very clearly from the start. And then everybody you're doing it or you're not. And if you don't want to, fine, you don't have to. But this is a condition by which this is going to be released.
Yeah, but more than that, I am such a fervent advocate for data to be investigated independently, full stop.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's I don't want to say criminal, but I want to say a strong word that we have somehow set ourselves onto this bizarre path where we allow for data to be proprietary that in some part had government funding to it, something I know you speak on quite a bit. It's crazy to me that money could be collected from my taxes to go to research that affects me and my family and the lives of all of my fellow Americans, and that there could be a problem with that data, but it's controlled.
Yeah.
It's actually contained by those who benefit the most from containing it. That's a huge
part of this is just the notion that when you talk about replication, you have to make your work available enough that somebody else could take it and replicate your study.
Exactly.
Right? And so if you're hoarding all the data or you're not sharing parts of the experiment, then it will never be replicated. And then you really don't know. I mean, from our, sort of predictive strength model, you don't know. You've done it once. Okay, cool. But has anybody else been able to do what you did? Come to the same conclusions?
And I'm sorry, I got to bring it back to the consequences.
Mm-hmm.
What are the consequences? When you know what you're doing cannot be replicated, does that have an impact on the incentive structure for what it is that you determine? I mean, of course, we want to think the best of people when we can.
Mm-hmm.
But we also just have a lot of examples where...
And also, science isn't about trust.
It shouldn't be about trust, right?
That's not part of the deal, right? It's trust the science. I thought that was a joke, a bumper sticker, right? No, that's the whole point. You don't trust science, right? It's comical. Trust the science. No, never. You never trust the science. You always ask for the evidence, right? And you ask it starts with an observation, right? Greg says it starts with an observation on the real world senses or sensing equipment, right? And it's there are studies where we have hoarded the information, and Seyfried talks about this all the time in cancer. He reads cancer papers and he's like, I can't even figure out what they did. They're not giving me any information that I could use to replicate their work. Is that by design? Is it laziness? Is it, sort of trying to placate the peer review editors? It's sort of if you're trying to...
But it got published.
Yeah,
it's out there.
If you're trying to get along with everybody, then it's kind of better to always be vague about everything.
Exactly.
Right?
And this is, again, unless there is some supervisory aspect that's saying, sorry, we need for this to be in a place for where it can be replicated, then what's the downside? there seems to be a lot of upside to being vague, but still published.
Yeah.
Right. And this is another thing I think a lot of people don't always fully understand or appreciate, which is that when you're in research, there's this term, publish or perish. You need to publish. And you are also all too aware, as every scientist is, and again, don't take our words for it.
No.
Go ahead and listen. You want to have positive findings. This is why it all comes back to the p-value anyway.
Right, yeah.
Emily. So yes, you saying I did this experiment, it didn't actually yield anything significant. Could you publish this for me? Right? It doesn't work. One of my favorite ideas that I wish we had major journals that did this is to negotiate with the journal in advance on what the trial design is. You get the design locked down and what the major endpoints are, and you both agree that it will be published when completed.
So the place that John Ionati spends half his time at in Berlin, and I'm forgetting the name of it, they're doing this. They're offering, it's like a $2,000 bonus if you submit your study design before you do the experiment and allow peer reviewers to.
That's great. I did not hear about this, but
shoot, what's that place called? I'll send it to you.
Okay.
But yeah, when I interviewed them for something.
But does that also include the journal that's going to publish it, or is it just a reward?
It's almost like a fast track. Like if you go through this process, you get a financial bonus for having the study design reviewed. They give you a critique and say, like, this isn't going to be efficacious for what you're trying to test or whatever. You get a chance to review it, refine it. And then when you move forward with the experiment, like they basically offer be the first place to publish for you.
That's okay. So this to me makes the most sense.
I agreed.
So
entirely, right.
You set up the design, you get buy-in because your design may suck. So it's not a bad thing. This is the part that should be peer reviewed.
Right.
Is another way of putting it, right? Is you should be getting input before you start, because it's usually when the best
no money's been spent, right? Like it's not, there's like low-hanging fruit, right? It's like building a house and like wanting to have an architect look at the plans rather than like you and your spouse or partner like just drawing out what your dream plan looks like, right? Like it makes a lot of sense.
And same thing for the funding and the grants. I think that should be happening after that. So something gets negotiated. As somebody, if I were in charge of funds, do I feel better about giving funds to something that's already been negotiated well with a bunch of the peers? Of course I would, as opposed to somebody who's bringing it forward. When I'm probably one of the least knowledgeable people as the person who's providing the grants compared to the people already in the field.
Yeah.
So therefore, at the time where it's coming to me, that I know that not only has it been worked out.
The only pushback I have on that is that that's sort of like what you were saying about the peer reviewers, right? And so like if you're relying on a group of experts within the same circle, they may come to a more consensus-based idea than somebody who's funding the work and says like, hey, let's try this crazy idea.
No, I still think that you're right in that probably they're going to try to push into a direction that's more in keeping with what they would see. But the thing is, it still would show up in the design itself. So let me give you an example and use myself. Use our study with lean mass hyperresponders. What would be the appropriate pushback peer reviewers could give me? I'm curious, genuinely. Like, what would be the reason to not do this study? Because I have had that pushback on social media, but when I've talked to actual scientists before we did it, the vast majority of them were just straight up supportive, genuinely. Like, I'm pretty sure I could name 12 people who I could have made my peer reviewers in advance to then have that design in place to then take it, right? Because in truth, it was a way where we could get the signal of high LDL and high ApoB separate from itself.
I mean, I don't know. I think like you could get a group of people who don't want to see the hypothesis undone.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. But those people would just choose to not participate in the study design process. It's not like you have to placate the entire field. You just have to have it.
Or they'd set up the design to fail.
Yeah, but again, I wouldn't agree to a version where they set up the design to fail.
Okay.
All versions of where the design fails is where we don't recruit lean mass hyperresponders.
But then you'd have the argument that like you, as the funder, you have influence over the design so that you could skew the results based on the design.
But that's the thing. I'm still needing to get agreement. I'm still needing to get some buyout.
Yep.
Right. That's why the two are synergistic.
Well, but it's also like how you have a lot of, I mean, just thinking of like nutrition research, right? Like how you have a lot of nutrition research that was, stopped or whatever because they realized that they weren't getting the effect that they wanted. I mean, it's like, there's no, like, I think this is why the replication is so important.
I totally
Because I think like you can't really control all of these human elements. And even if you come at it from the most honest perspective, somebody's going to look at you and say like, no, you weren't. Right. And you can't prove it or not prove it. So it has to be in the data. It has to be in the design. It also has to be in the execution of the replication of it by another group.
I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is the design is arguably the most important part because it's getting to the right question.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
And a lot of the problems that we see in research and some that I've experienced, myself in our process is not everything is perfectly thought out in advance.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times you're just needing to get rolling to get to those stages. And a lot of times the thought process is, well, that's fine. Any mistakes we're making this time, we'll understand to better have the go around for next time. But why not have that part worked out in advance? And this gets back to the other thing.
No, I can entirely agree. And you'd save a ton of money.
Yeah, save a ton of money. But there's another thing I want to solve for in this scenario, which is that the peer reviewers get paid. Mm-hmm. I think we should be paying peer reviewers. We're paying them for their time.
Yes.
And that's a no-brainer. And their names.
Yeah.
Peer review. I don't know why peer review. I mean, I get it. I get what the claim would be, which is that they need to feel, protective if they're
negative about something.
But I'm sorry, I don't see why you
it's another one of these like transparency in science, but not here.
Right.
Right. What?
No.
Right. I mean, it's like I like to say when I think I say this sometimes in that talk that it would be like if you opened up a newspaper and like there was no masthead.
Yeah.
Right. Like that means there's no accountability is what that means. Right. That means anybody can publish anything. And like, I don't know who did it. That's not okay. Right. The editor and the reporter, your name goes on the story for a reason. You're responsible for the content. And I think for the peer reviewers, there are wild stories. Actually, Nature had a story within the last year about conflicts of interest amongst peer reviewers, which had never been looked at before. So the authors have to disclose their conflicts. Peer reviewers don't.
Which is crazy.
Crazy. I mean, they have a huge amount of influence over the final result of the paper.
There's one other component to it that I think a lot of people don't realize. Peer reviewers can waste a lot of time. It's really when you have the data on hand and the immediacy of the research done, they can take so long to get back to you that it disrupts the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't you have to basically park your manuscript at one journal at a time. And one of our worst examples is there was a really high impact factor journal that we were really excited about. And we basically had it being looked at start to end for about 7 months before they finally said, actually, fine. 7 months.
Yeah.
And that was, I'm not sure. I'd have to look back, but I think it ultimately set us back from the moment the manuscript was done to when it was finally truly published, like a year.
Yeah. You see, and that they were paid, it would be different, right? It's like, I think when you're volunteers, they're doing you a favor, right? And so
right.
You got to be patient. I mean, I don't know. I remember when
if they're paid, there would also be more of an expectation of the term.
Yeah, there's a deadline.
It's
right? It's a job. Right?
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But even as a freelance journalist, it was kind of always a crazy economics because you don't get paid until, sometimes if you get a contract, you get half the money for the story up front, but you don't get paid for the other part until they run it. And so they could decide to run it in 6 months, right? You don't know when it, especially long form magazine pieces that are sort of evergreen, you don't know, they're going to find the right hole in the magazine to put, use it. But also you pitch. And so I'm waiting to hear back from you. I can't offer it anywhere else unless I have enough of a rapport with you that I can say I'm offering it to you first. If I don't hear, I've learned this, if I don't hear back from you by Friday, I'm offering it to somebody else, right? And if you had enough relationships, you could say who that somebody else was, which often got it picked up immediately because they didn't want it running in the other competing outlet. But that's hugely frustrating. Just like the waiting game of like, are you going to take it or should I offer it somewhere else? And the timeliness of that of like, you don't have any control. It's hard.
This is a good segue to work our way towards these two big words.
Okay.
Bayesian and frequentists.
Okay.
So there's the Bayesian school of thought. It's more about probability.
Yep.
To be a fair way of saying it. And the frequentists, which is a little bit more about reaching a finish line.
I like that. That's a good way to
do it. A dotted line, right?
Yeah.
What's the big difference between these two schools of thought?
Well, so I think if you think of the frequentists as sort of like ones and zeros, yes and no, it's binary. Whereas Bayesian is based on, probability distribution. So when you get into the world of, thinking about the problems in science, which is why we look at, frequentism versus Bayesian as sort of two camps, we make the argument or have the hypothesis that we really followed this frequentist view. So something is yes or it's no. It's significant or it's not. It's certain or it's not. Or it's, that's not really how life works. You shouldn't ever believe that you know something absolutely, right? Wouldn't that be boring? And so instead, our premise is you want to be less wrong. And that's about certainty. And so you have to be comfortable with uncertainty, knowing you will never be certain, nor should you ever be certain. And that's okay, right? So when you have public health officials stand up and tell you some declarative sentence, it should be a warning for all of us. Like, how are you so certain of that thing? There should be no real certainty. And so with Bayes, which is based on Bayes' theorem, is really this notion of you take prior information and then you're putting it into an equation that's looking at the probability of the data giving the hypothesis versus the probability of the hypothesis given the data. And so if you look at the way that we're kind of formulating and testing, and the whole sort of system is really based around this idea of p-values when you're into the peer review realm, right? So it's very hard to publish anything that doesn't have a significant p-value. In fact, there's this man named Gerd Gigerenzer who's at Max Planck, who's become a friend, and he's spoken at a couple of events. And his wife, ironically, is a very famous art historian who's friends with my sister. So it's sort of like weird worlds coming together with Gigerenzer. But he has published a lot, and I think is an incredible writer for anybody who's interested in problems with p-values. And he's the only person I know who is a very high academic who can publish in high-impact journals and not include a p-value. And it's because one of his claims to fame is that he thinks p-values are meaningless. And I think so when you look at a p-value, what you're really looking at is you have a null hypothesis, right? Which just means none. So there's supposedly no change, no difference. And then you have your intervention group, and you're supposed to be looking at, what is the relationship between these two things? Well, what is that really? It's two data sets, and you're looking at the relationship between the data. You're not testing the hypothesis. You're not looking for validation of the hypothesis. You're not looking for the ability to replicate. Those are the things you really want to know. P-value doesn't actually tell you any of it. And it's a statistical tool, so it's incredibly easy to manipulate. You just change your sample size. You can get a significant p-value for basically anything.
So let's work this into a real-world example.
Okay.
Let me throw something out there. Let's say that I am a soccer coach, and I have a new soccer program. I think it's going to help my soccer players sprint faster.
Okay.
And so what do I want to do? Well, to test this, I'm gonna take what their running times were before, and then I'm going to apply my program, and then I'm going to get their running times after.
Okay.
So I now need to do this t-test, right? Okay, so what am I trying to figure out? Well, if they run faster, that's useful information if the mean average in the second set is that they run faster. But however, some amount of that's probably random chance, right? That's what these tests are supposed to help me do. But the p-value, without even getting too deep into the weeds, gives me a line to cross, right? Where I can reject that it was random chance.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it does that. I mean, I don't know. Like, again, it's like you're looking at the two sets of data and then you're making an assumption about something, right?
Exactly.
And so like one of the big criticisms that people often have of Bayes is that this use of prior information is biased, right? And I have not gotten anybody, and maybe you will have an answer for me, which would be enlightening. But when you're assuming the null is true, isn't that prior information?
Correct.
And so like the biggest problem that you have with Bayes is that there's priors, but same with the frequentist approach if you're assuming that the null is true.
Right. And that's the interesting aspect. What you're zeroing in on, I agree with, which is that,
damn it, I want somebody to tell me why that's wrong, because like that's like you have a prior built into your thing. So like
exactly,
you can't tell me the priors are the problem.
the null is not really the null.
Right.
In reality, you are still making an assumption in order to have the finish line.
That's right.
That's the sneaky part.
Yeah.
Right. So there's the reason you already say all the magic things that I love hearing is that whether we admit it or not, we're absolutely living our day-to-day life on probabilities constantly. Hey, what are the chances, we see rain when we go out to have dinner after this? Well, actually, it's super low because we're in Las Vegas. So there's never rain in well, no, there's rain. I mean, sometimes in Las Vegas. It's super rare. I mean, is it so rare that we shouldn't bring an umbrella? I mean, I would say rare enough that we shouldn't bring an umbrella. What's the downside if we get caught in the rain without an umbrella? Well, there is, flash flooding, but that's also super rare, and it's only in some regions. I'm going through all these different sets of probability based on prior knowledge.
Right.
Right?
Right.
All of us are doing that all the time.
Yep.
But if I say, you have a headache, do you want an aspirin? An aspirin will make your headache better. How do you know, Dave?
They've never tested on women, Dave. Nobody knows.
But I go, no, they ran a study. I can cite you the PMID, and they found a statistically significant reduction in headaches in the intervention group. There you go. You got it, right? And this is why the word significant is super loaded. Yeah. Because it represents this p-value. I mean, we can unpack the p-value, but basically there's this dotted line at the 0.05. And below and above it, that's it. Yeah. It's all the same range. Yep. It's the difference between whether you can say not significant or significant. And that's it.
That's it. That's the whole game.
That's it. And that's the binary part. Yep. And unfortunately, that brings around something deadly. I don't mean it literally, but maybe some cases it is literally, which is p-hacking. Yep. So getting back to this, of course. So getting back to my example. Yeah. I find that there's not a statistically significant increase in my program. And I'm really frustrated by that. I was confident.
Of course you are.
I was confident that my program worked, but we do have one kid. He's never taken direction really well, and there's like this other kid who felt kind of sick on the follow-up day. You know what? I'm going to talk the school next door into also running my program, and so now I've got double the sample size. Got it. Yeah, I got the statistical significance. Once I did, all I needed was more people. Emily, that's all I needed. Right. And then there's this third school. They said, Dave, we heard about your program and we ran it. You should add that to the group. I'm like, add that to the group. But then I lose significance. What's going on with your program? Do you have like a slow kid also? I mean, Jeff is sometimes slow. Yeah, I don't think your data. Listen, I'm pretty sure. So what happened? Well, already I'm inducing my own biases. Yeah. Because I'm so excited.
Well, also you just have to get to the 0.05, right? So you're like, that's the goal.
Right.
So all the other things become vectors for getting that across the line, right?
Now, here's the dark part of the story I'm telling.
I mean, I feel like sometimes you read journal articles where they say, something was statistically insignificant, but we think upon retest or, there's some like discussion. But you actually look at the numbers and you can say like there's an effect.
Right.
I see the effect in the two groups, right?
And that's where I was going. That's where I was going is it well could be that my program does work for some children and not others.
Right.
And that if I just got out of this mindset of trying to make it a categorical benefit or loss, I would start seeing what I should already see, which is data comes in a spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
And what's neat about looking at things in probability is that you start getting into, well, I have this amount of uncertainty, but there's this much probability against what I think may be true.
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't it be interesting if when I'm handing you the aspirin, I go, well, this has worked for 20%.
That's how my husband interacts with me.
Right. And
there's a 5% chance you're going to feel better. And I'm like, just give it to me.
Yeah, exactly. But that's how you want to be thinking to actually still make a more educated decision.
Right. Well, and the risk reward, right?
And the risk reward. But here's what I'm going to argue with you on something.
Okay.
When you said, isn't that boring? No, because this is the one thing I've learned, especially in the field of lipids. People want simplicity.
I know.
They like the binary. They like when there's a separated authority that they can trust that gives them a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Mm-hmm.
They like that. I can relax. I don't have to put as much thought into trying to assess, odds and all of it. That's harder work. And we like when something can provide a simple solution, particularly to a simple problem. We like when the problem's simple and the solution is simple.
Mm-hmm. So I had there are two stories I can tell you. I had this really interesting experience sort of in probably like 2020. There was a group called the Brownstone Institute, and they were getting together to start looking at COVID policy and what was wrong or whatever. And it wasn't even really formed yet. And so there was probably like 50 people that were brought together for this dinner. And I was fortunate enough to be invited. And I sat next to this guy who worked in aerospace. And I was saying to him that it was really hard for me that I had been looking at these studies and I would send them out to friends. And that I started to get, and I was an investigative journalist, like I've looked at medicine, like usually when people have questions about something, they're eager for me to weigh in, right? And it became this thing where I had a few people I'm very close with who wrote me and basically said, like, I can't handle this right now. Like, I don't want to see, because there were all these studies on herd immunity that weren't getting published. They were in peer-reviewed journals and whatever, but they weren't getting any attention. So I'd send stuff like that. It wasn't just like random bloggers or whatever who actually, I ended up being some of my favorite sources for information were, like the Angry Cat or whatever. Like I love the pseudonyms that people come up with. But it was interesting because I was like, wait, what? You don't want me to send you information because you need to defer to this authority. And I'm clearly not the authority. And so anytime that I poke holes in what the authority is saying, it's upsetting, right? And this guy said to me, you're really, like, you're missing, because I was saying, I'm friends with all these smart people and I can't believe that they're not critical thinkers and no one's challenging this narrative. And he was like, you're missing something really critical, which is that we evolved to get along. And that if you were in a tribe somewhere and you're constantly challenging the chief, you're going to be like sent out to the woods and you're going to be dead, right? So the people in this room are all risk takers in a way that is like anti-evolutionary. It's not protective. It's not the safest place to be because we're willing to say like, well, wait a minute, we don't know that. Or maybe we shouldn't all be locked down and we shouldn't be closing the schools. And that puts us out on an island that's risky that most people are not comfortable with. But it was really, that was I've always been a contrarian and my friends are used to me being a pain in the ass about stuff. But that was the first inflection point where I really felt like I was losing relationships with people because I was presenting alternative data sets, articles that were well cited. It wasn't like they were total garbage. But people, it became this really, again, this like fear thing that was too hard for people to see that there could be another side. They needed to just fall in line and do what they were being told. That was a hugely impactful experience for me. Having been through it on some level, talking about how fat's not bad, right? Like there are still people that I argue with about whether fat's bad or not. And it's like, no, well, We have the studies, they were just buried for 16 years. They weren't published or, whatever. But, the other thing that comes to mind when you say that is for Greg's birthday one year. I mean, what do you get Greg Glassman, right? Like, he's brilliant. He has all the toys in the world. Like, you can't, it's impossible to buy a gift for. But I've gotten him some really good stuff. And so I pride myself on thinking, what can I get for him? But we were really in the depths of this, sort of reading the philosophy of science and going back and looking at problems and, where we started following this deductivist path. And I got really interested in brain development. And so I wrote him an essay for his birthday that was all about how the brain develops and that the brain is actually developing to be better at probability theory. And so when you're born, it's the head develops from the back to the front. And it's the back of the head that holds your instincts, which I make the argument is sort of your prepackaged probability, right? Like baby cries because they're hungry or they're wet or whatever, and they get a reaction that they need, right? So there's a predictability of when this thing happens, we're going to have the body respond in this way. And then you start developing language and math, logic, right? All of these reasoning tools, the ability to analyze, take in different information. And then what's last? Your prefrontal cortex is judgment. Well, what is judgment? It's taking all of this, your instincts, your ability to reason, your ability to do computation, qualitative, quantitative reasoning. And that's the last piece that comes together because you need all this prior stuff, right, in order to make good judgment. And I think I should go back and read that essay because I think it was pretty good. But it also, for me, was this interest in probability theory, I think is innate, right? And so, when people want certainty, it's sort of do you trust your wife? Yeah, I trust my wife, right? 100%? Not 100%. 90%? Well, what if I told you this and I saw her out with some dude last night at the casino? You still trust her 100%? What if I tell you she didn't have any clothes on? You still trust her 100%? That's all prior information coming in and informing your judgment about a situation, right? To deny that that's part of critical thinking or reasoning or truly the best way to come to a rational decision is irrational.
But a lot of times it's skill-based.
Skill?
So, yes, in other words,
okay.
In other words, getting back to kind of that tribal wiring, there is some degree of loyalty that we have with people in our lives that we, on a deep-seated level, a lot of deep wiring, know we just need. Our community we need. And it's what leads to, you liked true crime. How often is it that somebody stays very loyal to somebody who they know has done terrible, awful things? And you say, how is that rational? How could you know what has happened and make peace with that? Right. In the case of science, I genuinely feel like a lot of my scientific instincts aren't the primal instincts. They're coming from the engineering side because I had to come to terms with anything that I'm doing and any friends that I have, they're all on the chopping block for the greater purpose of the things that we're building and doing. So I may have the best friends in the world that are into this technology that I'm into with them, but it's going out. And they may be going, Dave, stick with us, man. It's really the better way. And I go, it's really not going to work out, though. It's not going to be around in the future. And you guys need to come to terms with it, too. We can't just rely on our camaraderie with each other to ignore reality. Reality is what it is. This is going out. I actually speak from experience on this, by the way. I used to be an ActionScript 3 developer and worked with Adobe Flash, which was on its way out. Technology that's now kaput, right?
Yeah.
But I was a superstar, and I was with some other superstars, and there was just that there was a constant battling between these different philosophies with regard to how we work with the web, whether or not we go with certain standards or whether there's plugins. So without getting into the geek aspect of it, one side of that won at that time, and it was a matter of coming to terms with what that reality is. But there was a personal affect to it because you feel this camaraderie not just with your tribe, but there's this other, a little bit more sinister component, and we saw that a lot during the pandemic, which is I think people connect weirdly more in what they're against together.
Common enemy.
Common enemy than how much they have in common with each other. That seems to be a smaller tribe component. When you feel like you're alongside this giant group trying to shoot down these bad actors, there is a, it's that mob, the pitchforks and the
bonding. I mean,
but there is this sense of community and belonging. With collective outrage. And that I saw 5 years ago at a level that I'd never. When I was starting this podcast, and this may be the only podcast so far that I've recorded which has gotten into this topic as much as it has, I knew that I wanted to be able to talk about anything. The one thing that I was probably somewhat conscious I would not be as likely to touch on is this one, because the event that happened 5 years ago came with this other thing, which I had never experienced before, which was this wider spread agreement among the tech companies that there was going to be some curation, let's say, in literally what you're describing, the sharing of what is in fact well-sourced evidence research, right? And this isn't to say that one side, I hate even saying sides, that one group of people was objectively right or wrong. It's whether or not you could even discuss it.
That's right.
Like, we're all locked down. Can we at least talk about observations?
No, I mean, I like to say all the time, we gave up the right to assembly without a conversation about it.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big fucking deal.
Yeah, that was strange.
And I think, the tech involvement, I have definitely heard from people on the inside that it was government, right? And I mean, we now have all these lawsuits that show that it was. And I think
even from the inside, a lot of this is now public knowledge, right? So we're talking X, formerly Twitter, right? The Twitter files. We're talking Facebook has conceded it. Now YouTube more recently has conceded it. And it's strange because you kind of would want for there to be this sort of outrage after the fact. But this kind of leads us back to our discussion on the investigations into bad studies and so forth. There's a real power in running out the clock. When the outrage is fresh, well, then there could be more real change. The longer time takes before you're acknowledging what was done that could have such an outrage back then. Well, now it feels so long ago. It feels so in the past. But yet the me of today, right this moment in time, Emily, me of today, is self-conscious about even having this discussion because I don't know how much the almighty algorithm is going to impact our channel and our reach with our podcast. And I don't love that.
That's the politician hat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't love that.
No, I know.
The me of 2017, 2018, 2019, I felt like not only was I doing good science, but I had no fear of any of that.
And that's how they win. If everybody capitulates, right? Like, if everybody were talking about it and they had to kick off all of their biggest content creators, they wouldn't have a business. It's the threat of it that becomes a deterrent from doing it. That's
exactly.
That playbook is well established, right? So my feeling is always like, again, like, I prefer to burn the house down, right? And maybe that's why I have no followers. But, I got on a bad day, I'll say like, oh, nobody looked at this post. It must be shadow banned. Like, nah, probably just nobody looked at the post, right? But I think those tools are really ingrained, and unfortunately, I don't think they're going away, right? And so I think the citizenry needs to be very aware of that stuff in ways that they're just not, and they're probably not going to be, right? And so I think, how do you live around that? I mean, I think there are definitely like the prepper people who are prepared for everything and living off the grid, and I'm not going to do that. But I think like being aware is really important, and being aware of your information sources is really important. And I mean, whether it's like, somebody's funding, or you just start to like pick up on things. I mean, I was interviewed on this other podcast and I felt horrible because the guy was saying to me like, where do you get your information from? And like, who do you follow? And my thing is, like, I follow people and I really like them, but then they actually talk about something that I know about. And then I realize that they're wrong about the thing I know about. And so now maybe they've been wrong about all these other things. And I don't have time to like really go in and investigate everything that they've ever mentioned. And so then I become disillusioned by them. But I think, like, you know, you got to somehow be skeptical of everything and also not become worn down by it. And I don't know that I don't think we have a remedy to that. I mean, I've recently just been I'm so glad that I have a social media team and that I don't have to be on doing stuff anymore, because I think it can get so negative. And just even even the like perimenopause community, like fighting with each other, like, Jesus Christ, like, just enough, right? Like, and so I get why people are like, I don't watch the news. You know what I mean? Like, the news used to be like, you watch the news for an hour at night and that was it. Right? Like, my dad read the Wall Street Journal every morning and we watched the McNeil Lehrer News Hour. And it was like, you know, you got what you needed in that hour. Now you've got 24 hours of analysts. They're not doing news. They're doing like commentary. I mean, I think most of those 24-hour cable news outlets, that's entertainment. Like, I actually wish that there was like some sort of lawsuit that would create a definition for what's news and what's not, because I don't think that's news. And I think it's creating all of this outrage and polarization that's really a big distraction from the things that we need to be focused on.
Well, this again gets back to the algorithm, right? So there was no algorithm when we were growing up.
Right.
They were trying to figure out what it is that would entertain us, but it was a small number of people, and there was probably a lot more effort toward variety to some extent.
Yep.
The algorithm is hyper-focused, very careful. And getting back to the outrage juice, it knows how to keep things alarming, such that your social media experience can be, especially if you're trying, this is the thing that I noticed with my nieces, with my wife, with others, is if they're leaning more towards the entertainment, it's not quite in the realm of outrage, but it's definitely in the realm of like strong reaction content, right? And then over on my end, if it's something with regarding like research, news, etc., it feels like everything is more extreme and stronger and more effective at like surgical strikes for the most intense than anything. Like, I kind of wish I could go back in time and just look at like what Twitter was to me 10 years ago or 15 years ago, because I feel like it'd be so much milquetoast compared to today.
Yeah.
Like, it definitely, the feed is very aware of what it's putting in front of me.
Yep.
And this kind of brings me over to AI. So now we have this new phenomenon.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in AI, so I'm sure that has a lot to do with my feed. But in such a tiny amount of time.
Yeah.
Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you an example. Our tech team, I think, is the best in the world. They are, I mean, they like, you know, go to DEF CON and like win competitions. Like, they're just really curious, interested in science. Like, they're two of my favorite people in the world. And I feel very lucky that they're with us, because they could certainly go somewhere else and earn a lot more money. But I think they like the problems that we're solving. And so probably about a year ago, I was doing these like sort of how-to videos on science, right? So it was like looking at things like, what is all-cause mortality or whatever. And I would come up with these scripts, and then I would be like, I don't have time, like, I'm tired, whatever. And so Mia was like, you know, we can actually create an AI of you and do it that way. And I was, you know, I was brought up in a family that was very security minded. And so I was like, well, you know what? Let's put an error in my voice, so that if somebody ever uses it, like the recognition pattern, to have me say something horrible that I didn't say, is there a way to do that where we could then decode and say like, no, that was her AI. It wasn't actually. Emily never said that. And Mia was like, Emily, that's such a great idea, but there's already so much audio of you online,
right,
that like there's no point. Like, if it was for your kids or something like that, we could make an AI of them, and it'd be like sort of an encrypted error, but it's kind of pointless for you or for Greg at this point. And she basically was like, let me just level with you. She was like, in about a year, there's going to be no way to decipher what's real and what's fake.
Right.
She's like, it's happening fast and it's so sophisticated. And I was just like, well, then what does that mean? Right? In a philosophical sense, it's kind of fun to play with this idea of like what is reality and what isn't. But I also think that's like what takes genius to insane, right? I don't know how our children are going to interact in a world unless things become hyper local again. And it really is about like the in-person, like we're not on Zoom. I'm really here sitting with you. You can smell me. You can feel my energy, right? Like all of that. Maybe that's, optimistically, that's where I hope we go. I hope we go to this place where we realize like there is no replication for the human experience. And the only way to know if something's real or not is to physically be together. Now, are they going to come up with like robots that look just like us? They already are, right?
Yeah.
So, and I've gotten in these arguments with people who are like, well, who cares? Why does it matter if the person's a person or like a fancy blow-up doll, right? Like, and I'm just like, well, it matters because it's not real. Well, it's not real. Why? The person's having the same experience.
Yeah, just like you could be on Zoom with me right now, right? It'd be different, but also a lot the same, right? And so to an extent, the robots obviously are a great example. The sex robots are a given. There already are. Yeah. So there's already lots of attempts in that direction. It's going to have a gigantic, especially male market. And from the manufacturer's perspective, it's solving a big problem, right? Like the incel problem is out there. So hey, this is great. This actually helps to deal with that. Movies. Wow, how great would it be if you could actually turn on streaming movie and it's going to be like it can literally create an entire reality story end to end, and it'll be one of the best movies you've ever seen. Why? Because it knows what you like.
Yeah, but see, this is where I think the problem is. Because I like things that I've been exposed to, but that doesn't negate the idea that I wouldn't like something I haven't been exposed to. And so you're going to be getting and I've not really thought about this before, so bear with me, but like you're going to be getting a circular feed rather than an exposing feed, right? So like, unless I go and I like, if I go on Bob's Netflix account, like they're very different things. But I like a lot of his things.
Right. Its job is to know that too, in the same way that's going on with Netflix. Right. So to some degree, it's regurgitating what it is that it knows for sure that you like. But part of what you like is being exposed to new things. It's going to theoretically get better and better about knowing what you want. And I hate saying it this way, than even you know that you want.
Yeah, well, I oftentimes don't know what I want. So like in some ways that's interesting. I don't know. I think like, I guess that's, I don't know. It's tough.
This is sort of the part of the broader number of philosophical components to the singularity.
Mm-hmm.
So in the same way that you can imagine the Matrix, granted it's physical form of what the Matrix is when, Keanu Reeves realizes and he's taking off but the actual thing he's experiencing that's on the inside is being what reality is to him. And how there could be people who are inside the Matrix that are like, I want to go back after they've been liberated from it. Right. Well, what I really loved about that original movie is that at one point, Agent Smith is sitting and talking to Morpheus, and he goes, the first version of the Matrix, it was a utopia. We gave you guys all what you wanted, and you didn't like it. Mm-hmm. You became unruly. It didn't work. Whatever. The degree with which you can meet people visually, especially with stimulus, as to whatever it is that they may want to see, and that it's already now at a point where AI sound can match with the Foley work.
Yeah,
it's phenomenal.
Yeah,
things I'm watching in real time, I just cannot believe how fast it's come.
Yeah.
No question, it's going to reshape entertainment. There's already, I think I just saw something from one of the actors who says half the movie that I'm about to be in is AI.
I never followed up on this, but you're reminding me. So there was somebody who sent me something about how like CAA or like one of the big agencies had put in contracts like 10, 15 years ago that they owned the digital rights to the individual that they represented.
Right.
So actually, it's not even the actor that owns their digital rights anymore. It's their talent agency that owns it, which they don't even have control over how that gets used.
Which is almost like record deals in a sense,
right.
Is that the artist doesn't totally own themselves and their work, but to the extent to where you can sell the digit in the same way that you're talking about with your team, right?
Yeah.
You're giving them permission, theoretically, to make scripts that you'll read, but it's really the digital avatar of you.
Yeah.
Right. Now,
we stopped doing it because it did kind of like creep me out.
Did it work?
It was effective in terms of like just the time that it saved me. But I didn't like it. It made me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I'm not saying we would never do it again, but I was like, I can make
Do you have any that are out there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Some of the ones on YouTube are like, I do these investigations, like sort of shorts sometimes that are mostly on Instagram, where like there will be a headline about something and I'll just sort of like take apart why they got the science wrong or why it's not what it's saying it is. And
so it's actually AIU.
Yeah.
And it's actually an AI voice.
It's my voice.
It's your voice.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah. I want to see one of these.
Yeah.
I'll check it out.
But I think, there's again, it's sort of like you save time, but what do you lose in the process? And I still want to believe, and somebody's going to clip this in 20 years and be like, what if she's such an idiot? Like, can you believe she said this stuff? But like, I still want to believe that there are things. I mean, like, I'm not a religious person, but I'm spiritual in the sense that, like, I think, dogs hear frequencies that we can't hear. There's light that we can't see, right? That there are things that are innate to our biological, physiological abilities that we haven't been able to measure yet that the computer's not going to replace.
Oh, for sure. Well, not only that, I think that there's some untold number of health issues that are related to us being removed from, and a lot that we do know that.
Yeah.
Obviously a lack of vitamin D, for example, things along those lines, but people getting into grounding. Mm-hmm. My last guest was talking about how grounding was real life-changing for him.
Oh, interesting.
And, he gets into the electronegative charge of, the soles of his feet being relevant towards how that impacts cardiovascular health and a whole bunch of other things. And yeah, I mean, again, being an engineer, I think of the human operating system.
Yeah.
It's layered upon layered upon layered in the same way evolution is over time. It's slowly forming based on the environments we were wandering around in as foragers and hunters. We were constantly on the move.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever that operating system was that had version after version after version on top of it, that's our core. Mm-hmm. That's the kernel.
Yep.
Now, some number of things that they were experiencing, that they were exposed to, that are part of the environment, that's what our bodies expect. So am I surprised that things like light pollution and noise and electromagnetic, having phones and all sorts of endless devices around us may have untold number of effects beyond the nutrition and the metabolic health and so forth? Of course. But it's so awesome looking.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe it's just we stop having babies and that's the end, right? I mean, I think like it's interesting to think a little bit about, there was a study that came out or some survey or whatever, and I was saying that like how great it is that like teenagers today aren't having sex and they're not doing drugs and they're not drinking at rates that we've never seen before, like since recorded history. And I was like, why? Why isn't anybody asking why? They're not out like getting drunk and having sex because they're in their rooms playing video games by themselves. Like, is that good? Or we think that's good? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's good. I think that's a really important time in life to be rebellious and go out and get in trouble. And if that's not happening, then actually it goes right back to this sort of apathetic populace, right? Like everybody's pretty subdued and easy to manage if they're not interacting with each other in a real capacity and they're isolated in their rooms by themselves, I mean, I think like, I don't like any of that.
I've chatted with now, I recently had this conversation with somebody, but I chatted with now several parents who have a child of teenage or young 20s who just sits in their room and is on their phone. And and one of the parents called it bed rot or something like that, where they don't quite know what to do with, and maybe just because I'm a Gen X person, I mean, as fast as I turned 18, I was getting okay, you're paying rent now.
Right.
And there was, why are you sitting around? Are you planning to just live in your room? I remember hearing specifically, are you planning to live in your room?
Yeah.
As though, what are you doing with your life?
Right.
Kind of throwing it back at me factor. And that was fair because I need to get out and into the world and become an adult.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think there was a survey not too long ago on what children wanted to be when they grow up. Maybe it was teenagers. You probably know where I'm going with this.
This isn't so.
And the top one was influencer.
Yeah.
I want to be an influencer. And I want to say it was 35% or something.
Yeah, no, I think the one that I saw was similar. It was like to be famous.
Yeah.
Famous for what? It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Again, there was also a recent interview. It's funny how all these are coming together. There's also a recent interview with Ben Affleck where he goes, a lot of people are writing in surveys, I want to be rich and famous. And he goes, take the rich. Like,
yeah,
the famous is not as great as it's cracked up to be. There's a whole, and he was kind of listing off a bunch of different things around it. But
well, that's another interesting thing though, because I think, knowing a fair number of very famous people, the thing you lose is privacy. Right. And so I like to be able to like go to a coffee shop in my sweatpants or whatever. And like, nobody cares. Right. But the idea that you can't leave your house, and that actually you even have to be careful of people who work in your house. Right. Like that you're actually never alone. There's always like security people around.
Your secrets are commoditized is what it comes down to.
Right.
And this is...
But privacy is no longer... privacy is like a founding principle of this country, right? Like your right to own your house and your privacy in your house and all those really early American tenets. And now we have, 14-year-olds who are like online showing every minute of their day and night, and they don't care. They think it's cool to not have any privacy.
Yeah. And so this gets back to the fame.
Right. That's my point, is that like, I think what I might caution somebody about, like why you wouldn't want to be famous and what it's like to really surrender that level of privacy. They're like, it's amazing. Like people are going to come up and they're going to talk to me all the time. And like somebody might like sell a picture of me from like in the kitchen in the morning. Like, no, thank you. I don't want any part of any of that. None. Like even when I was in TV, Diane Sawyer used to say to me, like, you'd be great on camera. And I was always like, no way. Like, I want to hang out with the criminals. Like, I don't want to be on camera. And I remember saying to her, I was joking with a friend of mine the other night about this, that I was like, I can't talk like that. And talk about stupid shit you say when you're younger. I said that to Diane Sawyer. Like, I can't be like, well, hello. And when making fun of how she's talking on camera. Like, that's so horrifying that I said that. But I think like there's this, I don't know. I think it comes with so many consequences that people aren't thinking about. That now that's become a virtue or a value of some kind.
Well, teenage girls in particular have the highest suicide rate, I think, ever recorded. I think it's the highest it's ever been.
Well, and it's the leading cause of death for men between 18 and 34.
Yeah. Now,
like that doesn't sound good.
Yeah. I want to go to places where social media are not as prevalent. That's a study I'd like to run. And, again, we'll talk correlation and causation in a moment.
There was a study that Stanford did where they took cell phones away for like 6 weeks or something and tried to measure happiness as best you can. And they were blown away by the results.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me.
No.
It's when I travel, I enjoy traveling a lot. And I do my best to try to just take more time off from my phone. And it's super hard. Truly, my research is due to social media.
Mm-hmm.
And so that said, this is the least I've been active on social media at any time in my life, which is ironic because theoretically, like in the case of this, like I'm supposed to be promoting this podcast, for example, right? But this is kind of a turning point in my life, in that I've said, you know what, I'm going to just do this one thing my way. And in the case of the podcast, I'm just going to invite my friends. I'm going to invite cool people I want to have good conversations with. And, I'm going to promote it enough and then turn it off and then like watch a show with Mrs. or read a book or whatever, or touch grass.
Yeah.
And it's worked for me, so.
Well, I think that also goes to this, like, we have like a crisis of authenticity.
Yes.
And so it's like you're doing it your way and without the end goal of wanting to be famous. So you're not going to curtail the product to be what you think is going to be most sensational or most well received. It's what you're interested in. But what you're going to find, I would guess, and you already are, is that you're going to actually get a more rabid, loyal audience, even if it's not massive. I mean, I think it probably will be, because I think people are really attracted to that because we don't see it. You see people who are just like, kind of like whatever the common denominator is, or like whatever they think the algorithm likes, that's what they're going to push out. And it's hard to not do that. I mean, I think like we're not doing that at Broken Science, but we get criticized for not doing it. Like, oh, you guys should be doing more of this kind of content. And I'm like, I fucking hate that kind. I don't want to do that.
Right. There's two reasons to do it. One is that you genuinely want to exercise that in order for the very reasons that they're saying, because that's going to help feed the algorithm, that's going to get things. The other is because you actually like feeding the algorithm to the extent to where you're willing to bend your will towards that. You're malleable enough to be like, that's fine. I didn't really have an identity as it asides to this. And you're saying the same thing that I'm agreeing with your assessment of what my situation is. This is my identity.
Yeah.
I want to have these conversations, and back to the authenticity. What do I mean when I say I feel like I'm more of a politician? I feel like I'm not as close to the authentic me as I want to be. It doesn't mean that I'm lying or anything along those lines, but am I more mindful of what I can and can't say for the purposes of getting the research done? Yeah. I don't love.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are two things. It sounds like it's temporary, right?
It is.
So, like,
I'm counting on it to be temporary.
We're not like assuming a new identity, right? Like it's just, you have to be mature about this and handle it responsibly. And then you can go and do whatever you want, right?
Right. And this is part of that, right? The tricky part about that is, sometimes the subject comes up here with regard to the study and so forth. But the, could I be a real politician? Could I actually go and, run for office here, like let's say mayor or governor or whatever, or something along those lines? I think the younger me would have been like, yeah, maybe president someday or something like that. The me of today, like, nope,
No way.
I'm good.
No way.
I'm good. Something like this, dream job.
Yeah.
If this can pay the bills, along with Own Your Labs. This is brought to you by Own Your Labs, by the way. I'm supposed to fit that in somewhere at some point. No, I love both of those endeavors, and I love the Citizen Science Foundation, although that's strictly a giving thing.
Yep.
That's like my giant pay it forward. But those are the things that, they bring me fulfillment. And yeah, getting back to...
But I think people see that, right? And so I think like it's sort of hard to explain to people, but it's not just like in podcasting or on social media. I think it's like when you realize that somebody's doing something because they really deeply care about it, it transcends everything. And so when you fake it or you push it or you make it too much about what you think you're supposed to do, it doesn't resonate with people. And so then you're constantly chasing that tail rather than just being like, I'm cool with this because I get a lot out of the conversations I'm having with people. I get a lot out of the experience of doing it. And if other people do too, cool. But if not, then that's fine. That's the one that will take off, right?
But this is the dark part where we can pull these all together. When we were kids, we're running around and playing outside. There's just the outdoors and maybe books we could read and maybe some TV shows that were not on DVR, that were not streaming. They were on when they were on.
Yeah.
And
with commercials,
right, where you'd take breaks and you'd play with your toys or go to the bathroom or whatever. And there were 3 channels.
Right.
That was it, right? There was the ability to be overstimulated at a young age when your brain is fully forming, not nearly close to fully formed, right? Was limited. it's just so funny to think back to when my mom was saying, you're too close to the TV, and now like,
I know.
Phones and so forth.
That used to be such a thing.
Yeah, that was a thing. But now I think of my nieces growing up in this new world, and I'm now a great uncle.
Congratulations.
Oldest niece has a baby, and I think of the world that she's growing up in now, and I think about how much of this is interacting with her, this whole digital world at such an early age, and what it really will look like. And yeah, I worry about this exact thing we're talking about. Will she want to be an influencer, to be famous? Because in her mind, at this young age, when everything comes back to being liked and being affirmed and being accepted, and that's how it's done. Right. What's that world going to look like? Are we going to be better about helping our younger minds before it gets a bit too wired on the outside?
Yeah, I mean, with my kids, I think we are failing miserably. I think it's like an existential crisis for kids. I mean, I think like you got the food sort of problem that's metabolically making them tired and lazy and not wanting to go outside and play.
Yeah.
I mean, the school bus drops off like right in front of our house, and everybody just runs and goes in their own. No one's like, "Hey, you want to go play?" Right?
Yeah. You don't see kickball out on the street. You don't see.
There's none of that. And like, my kids were like, even my husband will say like, it is what it is. Like, you can't stop it from happening, right? But I think I often say like, we're having no screen Sunday, and I'm going to unplug the Wi-Fi if people disobey me. But then I like give in, right? Because it's like, I want to look at my phone or whatever. So, I mean, it's like I don't have an answer to that, like per se, but I see the problem. And I think, our connection to each other is what makes us human. And if we start losing that, we really are devolving into some other kind of species. And I don't think we're ready for that. I mean, I think like evolution is a very, very slow process. This is all happening very rapidly. There's no way that our physical, mental makeup is actually ready for these big changes in our environment. I mean, think about any other massive change to the environment. It took hundreds of years, right? Thousands of years, millions of years. Like, we're not, and that disconnect is where I think you're going to see a lot of suffering. It's the delta between like, what are we biologically ready for versus what is the environment? And I think right now we're very close to being out of sync.
I think in many ways we already are. One new thing that I've gotten really into doing is if I have a text exchange that goes back and forth twice, I'm going to call them.
Oh, I like that.
And I've gotten to where I've trained them into it. Like if you're going to
because if people call me, I'm like, oh my God, what's wrong?
Right. and it's the other way around. It's basically my way of saying, listen, if I'm calling you, you don't have to take the call. But if you're texting me a lot, I'm going to want to call you, or I'm just going to stop answering your texts.
Mm-hmm.
Because the problem is I already read and write all day long.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm so beholden to typing things constantly that even though a phone call is not as good as the human connection of being there, I feel like I pick up more information from inflection.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my least favorite things is seeing a text that I feel like has multiple variations of inflection. And emoticons help somewhat to grease the wheels. But the truth is, I'm already reading little bits of things here and there and everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like a requirement now. If you're close to me and you're in my life and we're going to be having some occasional exchanges over the course of the day, that's one thing. But hey, is this lasting more than 5 minutes of me sending you something, you sending me something back, and it's little snippets here and there? I'm just going to dial.
Yeah.
Call.
Yeah.
And then I'm calling so that I can get this thing going.
Well, did you see there was like this really funny, I don't know what you call it, like video montage of these guys saying goodnight to each other? It was a prank?
No.
It was so interesting to me. It was basically like, I don't know, like a football team or something like that. I think they were professional athletes. But one of them called another one and basically was like, hey, what's up, whatever. And they talked for a couple of minutes. And then he was like, yeah, I just wanted to call and tell you good night. I hope you have a good night. Another guy's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, are you dying? What's going on? And you're like, are you serious? I mean, and the guy who was calling is like dying laughing, but like trying to hold it together. And he's just like, no, bro, like I just wanted to call and say goodnight. Like, why is that so weird? And he's like people are like, are you gay? Like, why are you calling me? But it was and then like, then they would they would do it to somebody else kind of a thing. But it was so interesting because it's like revealing, right? I mean, it's like, how often do you call and just say that like your friend, like, it's like, hey, I'm going to bed. I just wanted to like say goodnight. It's like a nice, sweet thing to do that's entirely weird and nobody does, right? And so I kind of like the idea of like, if you have a couple more, like if you have more than one text, you just pick up the phone and call the person. I think that's it's a nice idea. It's just, I think the problem for me is that once I get on the phone with people, I'm on the phone with them for like an hour.
I think it's context. If you were doing what I was doing, I think you'd have shorter calls. Sometimes it's an hour, but it's because it should be an hour.
Yeah.
Right. And then,
but I'd love to talk to lots of people for an hour, but I can't do that with my day.
But
I have like a funny list of people in my life who like I say to them like, I can't answer your call unless I have 2 hours because like I know there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Right? So
try as an experiment. Be like, Dave told me I have to do this, so I've got to do this a few times. And what you're doing is you're doing it with the friends who you'd be texting back and forth with through the day.
Yeah.
Right? Because you've got a few of those.
Really?
And in reality, it's an efficiency gain because there's a number of things that you're doing an exchange on for which you're basically saying, this is the time for us to do this so that we can have a fasted period. Right? You can still feel free to send me stuff, but just so you know, if we're having a bit of relay, I'm going to come back to this and just call you. I've got another fun one for you. Getting back to sort of the bro factor. I'm a big hugger. That kind of changed at 2020, but I hug literally everybody who's okay with hugging. In the later stages, you've got to be a little more mindful. But with guys, it's funny. With women, it's whatever.
Yeah,
it's like, oh yeah, hey. With guys, they're the tougher, more reluctant ones where it's kind of like, oh,
you're going in for the hug?
Yeah, going in for the hug. But I always do the bring it in. I do like the signal, and then that usually works. And it's funny because you occasionally get somebody like, say, a Sean Baker, and he's like, does like the big bear hug thing. I didn't love this about COVID is 2020 comes, social distancing, all that sort of stuff. And then I'm getting extra mindful because there's never been anybody who's like, said anything. But again, they're polite hugs. They're not like creepy hugs or something. But there's truly a sort of rejection of platonic affection. And I mean that in like a scientific way, right? Like we, as humans, touch is important.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a genuine fear, understandably, of inappropriate touch or unwanted touch.
Okay.
And so I don't want to make light of that. Mm-hmm. If somebody has, if there's any like reluctance or anything like that,
you're not going for it.
Yeah, that's it. But and that has on occasion, or if there's even just like a little stiltedness or anything, it's like whatever. But generally speaking, we need touch as humans.
Okay.
Generally speaking.
I agree with that.
The challenge is that then it's a little bit more awkward when there's, when there's this larger concern with regard to
terms.
Yeah. And that's where I've wondered genuinely, it may be a taboo topic to discuss. I genuinely wondered if a lot of not just the lack of health, but there was more suicidal ideation, is that how you say it?
Yeah.
That we saw with not just not being able to see each other, but like, for example, being with people in the hospital.
Oh my God.
Being with just being in contact, period.
Mm-hmm.
it was an awful experience for so many people.
Yeah, so Bobby's grandmother survived the Holocaust, lived to be 101, died in a nursing home where for the last year of her life, she didn't see anybody. I mean, I could cry.
Yeah.
They brought her food to her outside her door, right? She brought her food inside. She ate alone for the last year of her life. And that to me feels like torture on a level that is so inhumane.
Yeah.
And that's where I get really angry. And I just sort of feel like, you know, both from the kids. I mean, like my kids, they like spray painted circles on the playground. And it was like you had to stand in your circle. You couldn't play tag. You couldn't run around, right? I call that abuse. I mean, I think like that's really, play is so important to me. And I think it really is like the sort of expression of love and fun. And, you know, it's a creative output that obviously children have tons of, but that I think is sort of beaten out of you as you get older. But I think it's such an important way of expressing yourself. It's just to be playful, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was like all kind of killed, right? Because like it's not just the hugging, it's like the slapping each other around, right? It's the like rolling around, like kids just being physical with each other.
Somebody could get hurt.
Right.
And I mean, again, I hate to bring this back to a generational thing. Gen X, I mean, just come back in one piece, right?
Yeah.
You know, once the street lamps come on,
right?
You know, we didn't have to be an eye shot. A lot of times we went out all over the place, but
no, I mean, like legitly, my mom would be mad if we weren't home by 6 o'clock because she'd made dinner. She didn't know where we were or what we were doing or whatever. It was about being home for dinner because I cooked for a while. She was a great cook. But
playgrounds, tag, wrestling.
Yeah.
I mean, your kids, that was just all part of it, right? And so this ties in nicely to the other aspect of, so where are you finding your joy, your love, your affirmation? Well, it's by strangers on all sides of the world, with a healthy mixture, or I should say unhealthy mixture of haters. Yep. Who are also chiming in and commenting and so forth. So there's this awkwardness.
Yeah, but they might be like bots who don't exist and they're just there to keep you on longer, right?
Yeah. It's super creepy.
The stuff that came out with that, the Facebook Senate hearings, I don't know if you watched any of that, where they were asking about like how the algorithm was negatively impacting teenage girls or adolescent girls. And it was just absolutely disgusting. And it was basically saying that when they could tell that somebody was down, they would show them more pictures of friends that they were, that were out together to make them feel like they were left out.
So this is literally programmed.
Yeah. Or like, you're searching for like best diet tips. And then it's showing you pictures of skinny people or, all of the stuff that you think like, can we just design the algorithm to do the opposite? Like show you pictures of like your best friends at home reading her book by herself, like give her a call, right? And so, and I think it was like groups of parents that basically demanded that this information be shared. And then there was a big whistleblower who shared a ton of stuff. The fact that they programmed, because they knew that if you were depressed or anxious or angry, you stay on longer. I don't know. I mean, we do have consumer protection laws. Like they're again, it's another one of these things that like, who's the gatekeeper? Right? Yeah. Who's protecting these kids? It really does make me upset.
Yeah. When it comes back to AI, I really am of two radically different minds. Because on one end, bringing it back to science, I've been kind of waiting for this, for the things you've talked about, investigative. This is the thing that kind of creeps me out. The stuff that you're talking about where images are identical, like that's the laziest version of fraud.
Right.
Right. So
the hubris involved in that too, right?
Yeah.
You think that no one's going to notice? Like, what if the person who you stole that image from, their study, they're like, well, those rats look exactly like my rats, right? Like, I mean, it's just the whole, yeah.
But knowing that that's the laziest version, how much has even a slight amount of sophistication helped to keep it from being detected? Fortunately, AI, I think, will help a lot with that, but there's no getting around the fact that I'm still such a, advocate for getting access to the data. That's the real test, is if you can get there. Well, the other thing that I'm very hopeful for AI is getting us closer to objective answers, because it should, if used properly, should help us towards more objective designs. And then we'll chat more offline about this later, because it gets a bit extensive into my plans, but I would like to get to where you could design specs that are effectively very carefully situated prompt engineering that can itself be evaluated, that in its own way situates experiments so that they can be set up in that fashion, and provided you report the data back to the methodology, the spec that you've got it to, it enforces the objectivity, because the objectivity is where we're getting in trouble.
Yeah, remember, it's only going to be based on the training inputs that you put into it, right?
That's where we get back to the evil part, right? Okay, so
that's where I live.
Right. But ultimately, the training part of it can be separated with more local versions of the LLMs. So there is the ability, basically, you can untrain the training.
Yeah, we have a bunch of models. So like my amazing tech team has dedicated computers running models that they've only trained on our stuff.
Exactly. Exactly. And so that's the thing, is it's all coming back to one major component, which is transparency. Transparency in the development of the execution, along with the evaluation of that execution and the data, is something LLMs can help us with.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. A long time ago, when I had my women's health podcast, I interviewed the editor-in-chief of Nature. And I don't know whatever, like basically COVID hit and the podcast like kind of fell apart. But she said a couple interesting things to me, one of which stuck with me certainly through COVID, which was that they would never report on vaccines. They would never do anything on vaccines because vaccines were safe and they didn't want to have any conversation about it, which I was like, that's kind of unscientific, isn't it? Like, I mean, I'm not like an anti-vaxxer by any stretch of the imagination, but like, you are Nature and you will never run anything on vaccines. That's an editorial policy. That's crazy, right? But the other one was, and now I'm forgetting my train of thought, but she also said something else that had to do with I remember, it was the data set. I was challenging her on peer review. And she basically was saying, like, it's absolutely unimaginable that you would ask a peer reviewer to review all the data sets. Like, the data sets are just far too complex to expect that you're somebody who, again, is a volunteering their time. But that's where AI could be great, because you just put the data sets in and you say, like, do you get the same results? Like, what variations do you see? What's missing here? Like, what would you say the real effect is?
I reject that, in that you should not only be turning over the data, you should be turning over the code.
Right.
So they can both evaluate it's true. The LLMs would be able to help with that. I was using it on my own study.
Mm-hmm.
So part of how I was able to evaluate the data as quickly as I did once I had access to the raw anonymized data was with the help of AI. It was in a secure fashion, but it did help me to run a number of different tests that I need to do.
Yeah.
That's when it became relevant.
Yeah. And it's interesting because I feel like the proprietary nature of some of the, ways that these are conducted, it's like when you're talking about like a patent, or you're talking about, something in transit, right? Like before it's approved, or like, I think there's a liminal time and place where that's appropriate. But I agree with you. I was like, it's sort of, even just like thinking back on some of the like early nutrition studies, like if they had revealed that like, we actually looked at 27 countries and we had just decided to pick a couple of them that fit in our, that would be really revealing.
Yeah.
And that's like way less complex than the stuff that we're looking at today. And I just, it's funny, when I was reporting, I can't remember, maybe it was at the newspaper here. I remember, I was definitely here, saying like, the internet's becoming this like big thing and like people want more information and like content is king. And I go out and I interview people for, let's say I spend an hour with 10 different sources and I record it. But then I use like one sentence that you said to me in that hour because the story's only 500 words. But we could link out to all of my interviews with people. And then it builds my credibility. People know that I'm not changing things and that everything's done in the context is maintained in a way with integrity. But also like people who are interested in the topic, like they can consume all of that. And nobody would ever do it. And like still to this day, I'm like, why don't newspapers? I mean, it's like every story could be a 5-hour podcast. Because if you're doing a good job, you're talking to a lot of really interesting people to try to figure it out. It's all on the record. And then what? That all just gets wasted. And so like that's another kind of transparency. That would be super easy. It's more content for these news organizations. I cannot understand why nobody wants to do that.
I'm surprised by that as well because of the amount of work that's put in what the most successful, I don't know if I'd say the most successful podcast, but the podcast that kind of revitalized podcasts was Siri.
Mm-hmm.
And that was very much just what you're describing. Is like an investigative reporter who could have written this into just one giant spread of a story that would have just ended up in a dusty bin somewhere, or turned into a very interesting, like if you listen to it, I'll bet it still stands up today. Like she like matched music and included...
but I mean, like it doesn't even have to be that fancy, right? Like an editor would be like, we don't have a budget for that.
Right.
But it's like literally just take my audio file and like link it out.
Right.
Right? It's raw. It's whatever. You get to hear like the whole conversation from start to finish. But I think the media is in such a credibility crisis, and I think transparency is always the answer to credibility problems, right?
I agree. Yeah. It's so fascinating because at the time that we're recording this, it's a day after. Some point in time, I'll get to talk about it more in the future. But let's just say that I'm definitely a big advocate for transparency, even within the research that I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some amount that I have control over that. There's some that I don't. But definitely within my teams, I've been always very pro. When can we just make more known? Because that's the origin of my story.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we got here. So
it's also sort of like an open source tech model, right? I mean, like there's and I think, for us, it's like Greg started CrossFit. It was all based on open source, sharing workouts for free online. And then people like doing them. And they formed communities around it, right? I think there's a lot of power in sharing information, and the fear that someone's going to come after you for something that you, if you're honest, you didn't intentionally do. It's a lesson you want to learn. It's an opportunity for growth if you got something wrong. I mean, the way you described the earlier incident, I think is perfect. It's not easy. It's not enjoyable, but you learn from it and you move forward. And I think
there's not an option in my mind.
Well, also, I think when you don't share, those haters are still coming for you, but now you can't let them see what you see. And so it becomes an us versus them thing rather than okay, well, you take a look and tell me, am I wrong? Do you see something different? Am I making this up?
Well, I've always had this superpower, if you will. I like to call it a scientific superpower.
You how modest you are, Dave.
Well, I just lose a lot of money doing this. That's my superpower. Let's say that I found out today that I'm flat wrong on my optimism towards lean mass hyperresponders being a low. Let's say we go back 2.5 years, 3 years ago, and let's say Dr. Budok calls and he's like, yeah, sorry, we're barely through the first tranche of participants, and the rates of plaque are really high. Here are the numbers, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to cholesterol code that night. I'm sorry to say this, the study's closed. I'm sorry. And the concern, my optimism was misplaced, at least to the extent to where this level of plaque on these incoming folks who've been on the diet for an average of 4.5 years looks concerning. And there is an association between LDL and plaque formation and so forth. Bye. And then I go back to the lucrative world of social media gambling platforms, which pays me, 9 to 10 times what I make now, or something to that effect, right? I don't want to quote numbers, but let's just say I have fellow engineering friends that over this last decade, I've watched how they've flourished and have done quite well.
Mm-hmm.
And it is what it is, right? So I bring this up because I don't really have a careerism angle. There's not, if anything, and I've said this with love in my heart to my very good friends who are like, yeah, you should, I'm not going to say what they've advised me to do, but certain other things that gets me more career invested in this. And I've been like, it's just not me. I'm doing this research as a big pay it forward. That's what it is for me. And I do want to do one replication, which is what the triad study is. If I really wanted to bumper sticker science this, I would say, look, I put in enough for this study. And by the way, I know it's not going to get replicated because I know nobody wants to pick up lean mass hyperresponders because I believe that they know that at a population level, it's probably low risk. And that if anything, we're going to get more case series after the fact, post hoc selected. Here are some people who had problems and they're close to lean mass hyperresponders. We've already had some of that, which unfortunately is, it's retrospective data.
You have an idea. I'm done. Like, you've probably thought of all this, but like, you have such a big community. Like, couldn't you have people go out and just like get the scans done themselves?
Oh, sure.
And report the data. I mean, like that. I just think like the N=1 stuff is like where it's at, really. Like you can't say it's like been through an RTC or what, like, or an RCT.
IRB.
The entire.
Yeah.
But I think
you can still get an IRB approved.
I think like for us, it's like with all the Medfix stuff, like I'm really excited for them to start tracking data, and we're building a big back end tech platform for them to be able to do it.
It is what you're saying is something that I'm kind of in the process of.
And I mean, people will be like, oh, it's self-selected, it's blah, 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 blah. Who cares?
Well, we needed to have a prospective study first, no matter what. That's what this serves as. There is a second study. That's the conference that we're doing. That is in May 13th through 15th, COSI. It's the third and final one that's literally just a fundraiser dressed up as a conference. All of the money, like save credit card fees, we take a 0% admin overhead. It's going straight to the research. This second study is different than the first in that it's slightly more relaxed standards coming in. So, like, I'm not sure. Don't quote me on this, but probably HDL of like say 50 or higher, triglycerides over 100 or lower, but also high LDL. But also we're going to have an attached control group. So 100 in our base group and 100 in the control group. And the 100 will probably be on mixed diets, something to that effect.
And how long?
That's also getting negotiated. So it may be 2 years. It might be 1 year. It sort of depends on where. And this is where the critics are helpful. I listen to my critics. A lot of them are unreasonable, sure, but a lot of them bring up good points. And I want to know what could satisfy the most rational critics that I have. One common complaint is that the study's too short. I do have to smile a little bit wryly at that, only because the work of Brown and Goldstein were looking at children that were like 3 years old and had symptomatic cardiovascular disease at 3, right? Terrible story, but it was very powerful at that time. Therefore, those with homozygous FH were definitely developing plaque at a super rapid pace. But on top of that, all longitudinal studies, all of them that use CT angiograms, are on short periods of time. Many of them are 1 year. And they all report some change in plaque that's observed.
Right. Well, when Bob and I were talking about some of the earlier results, I was like, can't you just look at the first group and the second group and say, like, well, of course, you're going to develop. It's not like we're saying it's regressive necessarily or it's neutral, right? Like, that would be fine. That would be amazing if that were true, right? But you want to know the comparative difference between who got worse faster.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And the best, so far, I'll say, the best data that we have is it's based on what their existing plaque levels were. So the plaque predicts plaque is that if your first scan, when you came into our study, had a higher amount of plaque, it was very predictive as to the likelihood that you would have more plaque progression than people who had, little to no plaque. Which might seem kind of obvious.
Wait, that's like regardless of which group you're in?
Sorry, this is on our existing study.
Okay.
So we only have one group in the existing study.
Okay, I thought that there was a matching that had happened.
There is.
Really...
There is, but it's not longitudinal.
Okay.
So to answer that question for you, when I say not longitudinal for people listening, we're talking cross-sectional. At that time, we had only the baseline scans in the keto CTA study.
Okay.
And matching that against Miami Heart, which is a different study, but they had 2,400 participants. And in those 2,400 participants, we could pull enough to match. Basically, what we had 80 in our 100 that matched their 8 criteria enough that we could then pull 80 from that group to then match them based on ethnicity, based on...
Because I remember, this is a long time ago, but it was like, the matching was like kind of amazing.
It's super close.
Like
crazy close.
you don't see that.
No, it's one of the... And what I loved about it, and this will get into a philosophical thing for me, we'll see how much you agree with me on this. I'm going to guess you're going to agree with me a lot, is I prefer at all times, when possible, stratification over modification. So, for example, if you had 2 different groups and this group had more smokers than this group, right? When, let's say this is 100 and 100, and a statistician goes in, they go, oh, no worries, we'll control for smoking.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you're already going where I'm going. I go, actually, can we just cut off the smokers?
Right.
Or randomly exclude smokers so that the homogeneity ends up matching the homogeneity over here.
It's the whole point.
Yes, of course it is.
Well, but I mean, like, that's where we go into like all these statistical
because
trickery of like
what they'll say,
person year,
right,
and all of that stuff.
Yes.
No.
Right. So getting back to the match analysis of our group versus Miami Heart, it was like chef's kiss, nearly perfect. And yes, our group had statistically no difference between the two, with ours trending to lower plaque. We actually had lower plaque than the Miami Heart group. Right.
But that's like total comparative value, not like relative growth over time. Or
correct.
Okay.
Cross-sectional, not longitudinal. So we didn't have second scans for either group by that point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So even though I have second set of scans for keto CTA that we published since, we don't have any for Miami Heart. I wish we did.
Yeah.
That would be great. And that's what the triad study will probably bring us, is whatever that control group is, it'll be metabolically healthy individuals.
Mm-hmm.
We want them to be compositionally similar to our main group, but, probably we're not going to be able to get, I shouldn't say too much because I don't want to tie our hands for what we can.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just curious.
But I'm curious too. But again, getting back to the replication, doing the one study, and then, I think our study's groundbreaking. Would I say it's the end all be all? No, but I will say a second study isn't just twice as good. If the second study actually replicates well, including with having the control group, then now it's a really, really big deal.
Yeah.
We're still talking something that's years away.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but it's important work. It's important because you're doing it the right way. I mean, I know that there have been some blips in the road, but I also think it's like this notion of just like challenging everything, right? Like, let's not assume that that our foundation is right, whether it's because of fraud or it's because of new ways of testing things or new ways of thinking about things. That's like the evolution of science. I think that's beautiful. I don't understand why people come to these like dogmatic conclusions about things, and then it's like, oh, well, that one's done. No, it's not. Refine the variables, see how you mix it up again, and find something different, the same. I mean, I'll tell you a funny story. I know we've been talking forever, but like when I was in college, I did this psych study and we had to do a t-test, right? And it was like some positive reinforcement thing. And whatever my hypothesis was, it was not significant. And I wrote up the whole thing, and I was a pretty good student, and I got like a D. And it was a bit, like, it counted for a lot. And so I went into the professor's office and I was like, what is this? I did everything the way I was supposed to. And she's like, no, you didn't find it there. You didn't have a significant finding. And I said to her, but like, there's a significance in the fact that it wasn't significant.
Yeah.
Right? Like, didn't I learn something from that? And she was like, no, the assignment was to come up with run an experiment and figure out if it was like how to make it significant. I don't even remember what she said. And, I didn't know anything. I was really a history major. It's like where my time was spent on studying revolutions and ancient history. But I just remember sitting there and being like, what I learned was that the thing that I didn't work.
Right.
And when I told Greg this story, he was like, you know what she was doing? She was training you for a job.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the exact.
Like she thought she was doing you a favor.
Right.
By saying like, no, you didn't find it. Your p-value wasn't significant. So you failed the assignment. Like you did everything right, but it wasn't significant. So it doesn't count.
Right. It's so.
And it's like, this is a very good like liberal arts college training the next generation. And like my takeaway was I hate psychology.
Yeah. But you're drawing attention to exactly the wrong lesson. Like if there was a replication of an existing study and it said, oh, there is no significance in our version.
Right.
That's a very important finding.
Huge.
It's gigantic. And of course we would want that to be part of the literature. And if it helped to draw attention.
Oh my God, good luck getting it published.
Right. Which gets back to the original.
No, it's not published that.
I think it was Gary Taubes.
Not like novel and it's not significant. Like you're just out of luck, buddy.
Well, what makes it worse is if it's, if the journal that you're trying to submit it to have people that are in that field that are supporting that existing hypothesis.
Those are your peer reviewers.
Exactly. Yeah. They're going to be the peer reviewers. And this is the issue that I was bringing this up with, I think it was Gary Taubes, and I was saying, this has made me so, cynical about science. It may not.
Oh, well, Gary's the wrong person to pump you back up, right?
Exactly.
That can help you.
But no, he did say something that I liked, which is, he said, it's very different in physics. In physics, they do tear down each other's hypotheses all the time and so forth. It's just the field of lipidology does have a central hypothesis. It's structural. Right. Any peer reviewer.
I also I would argue there's a lot. We've looked at physics a little bit and there's a great book called Lost in Math if you're interested in problems in physics. There's so much of physics is like you can't prove your hypothesis.
Yeah.
Right. So it's theoretical. I don't know that I actually would call that science.
Well,
Gary, I know Gary studied physics at Harvard and blah, 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 but he's a friend, right? So I can tease him a little bit. But I don't know. I think there's a lot of I wouldn't say that's like a save all or like a great comparative because I think that's a field that's ripe with problems. Lost in Math is a very good book looking at like some of those issues from somebody really on the inside.
I'll make the kind of pseudo-Bayesian case back to you that some things you can know there's a relationship between A and Z and not have worked out everything in the variables in between.
Yeah.
And then acknowledge that. That's the piece you and I am sure would agree on strongly, which is acknowledge the uncertainty, embrace the uncertainty. Don't feel compelled to have an answer. This is why this is a thing I bring up all the time with lay people that I know with regard to causality versus correlation. Is when I'm trying to explain it. Whenever somebody is making a claim of causation, if I say to you, A causes B, technically, I'm making three claims. The obvious one is A causes B. There's another one that's kind of hidden, which is I also know that B does not cause A, or that to what degree B causes A, I've accounted for. But then there's this broad third thing, which is C, D, E, F, all these other things that affect A and B. Either I know they don't cause it, or to what degree they cause it, I've accounted for. And this is my issue with statistics that does come up quite a lot with frequentists, which is how is it that this has done a statistically significant difference in the case of something with like observational data?
Right.
Oh, well, what we did is we ran a sensitivity analysis. And the sensitivity analysis seeks to understand and estimate how much there's causality in X, Y, Z. So like in the C, D, E, and F and so forth. Now that we've determined how much those are in the pie chart of things, we know this slice that's left over is the amount that A must be causing B. And this drives me crazy because those are all causal inferences.
Right.
You're making a causal, you're saying, okay, so going back to our smokers, right? This group of people are smokers, this group of people are not smokers, but also joggers. And we want to know how much jogging helps cardiovascular disease. And I'm going, wait a sec, we can't compare these two groups. Even for observational data. And then the statistician says, well, control for how much smoking contributes to cardiovascular disease by running a sensitivity analysis, right? And then naturally, I want to say, what are all the things that come into choosing to smoke?
And that's also like a different study now.
Exactly. It's a different study. But you can say, no, I figured out how much smoking contributes to, therefore, I have a controlled for it.
But it's an estimation.
It is an estimation. So there's no getting around it. All adjustments are based on assumptions. They have to be. There's nothing that substitutes for it. You're taking data you have in hand and changing it to what you believe it should have been. But that is, by definition, a counterfactual.
Absolutely.
There's no getting around that component of it.
And maybe and then you're back to it's better than nothing.
Right. And this is my other big objection is so often when I'm chatting with, because this is my frustration, is too often I'm talking to somebody who is a big fan of epidemiology, and they're taking my statement of this is good for hypothesis generation.
That's what I always say too.
As a way to completely dismiss it. And I'm not dismissing. I'm saying, and this actually is where Bayesian comes in handy, to say in a Bayesian way, hey, we've got Bradford Hill for things like this. That gives us probability to work with, right? The more you're hitting Bradford Hill threshold, the more I'm believing, but it's analog. It's not a ta-da.
Right.
I'm now on the other side. Now I think red meat causes cancer.
No, and it's relation. It's always going to be, the correlation is always going to be the relationship between the things that you've identified.
Right.
It's not going to look at all of the other things that may be the real drivers, or you just are unknowns. Right. And so again, it's like this notion of can we just say we don't know about these other things? Like there's, it's like, what was there were a couple of things with this, but there was that Parkinson's headline that was going everywhere with a study that basically said that if you live near a golf course, you were 200 times more likely to develop Parkinson's. And I did a little investigation thing on it because it was anytime you see a headline that says 200 times more, it's probably relative risk, not absolute risk that they're reporting on. But also it's interesting because those kinds of studies always get reported as cause.
Exactly.
And it's wait a minute, even if the authors of the study say there was a corollary link, right? The mainstream news publications hears link and they think cause.
Right.
And it just becomes this sort of slippery slope for these things.
And often they're quoting other quote unquote experts who speak as though this has been a discovered cause. Linked to is very causal in its implication. If I say smoking is linked to Parkinson's, for example, you take that as me saying, listen, you smoking, that's going to,
right,
more of this leads to more of that.
We don't know that.
Right.
Right.
We don't know that. And again, getting back to the, okay, if Parkinson's is 200, okay, so here's something I was kind of going, even as you were saying this, the scientist in me was jumping to I wonder if it's 200 times more because people who find out that they have a Parkinson's diagnosis might take up golfing or something like that because they know they're at the end stage of life or
they're older, right? There could be all kinds of sampling bias.
Yeah, there could be all kinds of things that might be associated with, but also, how did that metric get discovered, right? That's another thing that comes to mind,
right? Because
oftentimes you're looking for an exciting correlation in a wide swath of observational data. You're like, great, I have so many variables. I'm going to throw this up on a correlation grid. Whoa.
Yeah.
These two pop.
Well, so this is why I always tell people positive predictive value is the thing you want to know. It's not sensitivity and specificity of a test, right? You have to go a step farther and look, what is the prevalence rate? Right. Because otherwise, the test is also only taking into consideration people who are at risk for that thing, right? And the way those numbers break down is it actually tells you nothing about you. It doesn't tell you what your likelihood is. Once you add in the prevalence rate, then you get positive predictive value. And the prevalence rate, you can drill down. So you can say like, okay, how many people have this? And then you can say, how many women have this? How many women in the Boston area have this? And you get more and more specific probability of the likelihood that the test that you just had is predictive of you having it, or you got a positive test. What is the actual likelihood that I have this thing? That's all positive predictive value. It's not complicated, but no doctor gives you that. They'll say, oh, this is a really good test. It's super sensitive. Great. Congratulate the manufacturers of the test. What does that say about me?
Right. Well, there's, I want to say, was it breast cancer? It might have been colon cancer, but there was somebody who was making a case, who is pointing out how RCTs need to be done because of how much the treatment can be relevant toward the final outcome. Because you need to be mindful of false positives and false negatives as part of the larger equation. So let me see if I can unpack this properly. Basically, here's the value of doing an RCT with, like, let's say, detection of a disease. Okay, the intervention group has a higher detection of the given disease. What is the all-cause mortality? Why do we care about that? If the disease itself actually goes down in mortality rates. Well, we care about that because it could be that affects other things, other variables. I know that you've sort of discussed this before. All-cause mortality is a pet subject of mine that I love to discuss, because part of the problem is the intervention that you're introducing may result in less death by disease X, but you don't know if it didn't impact non-disease X outcomes in mortality. You don't know that.
I mean, like a hazard ratio, kind of.
Yeah, but take the tumor shrinking, for example, right? I wouldn't be surprised if there aren't, for example, ways that you can impact the immune response that would result in less atherosclerosis. Why do I think that? Well, because macrophages, which are monocytes in your bloodstream, they're an immune cell. I think if you reduce the capability of macrophages getting to the plaques, you would end up with less plaques. But also, I think you would end up with less immune response.
I mean, like,
right.
Right. And I think that's where the risk reward comes into play, right? So it goes into like, what is the ailment you're trying to treat? What is your risk of death from that thing? Versus what is the risk of the intervention? I mean, like, actually a great example, I mean, maybe it's too simplified for what you're talking about, because I think you're talking about actually an extra step to this too. But it used to be that women over 40 got amniocentesis, right? Which is basically taking a big needle and sticking it into the fluid and testing for all kinds of problems that could go wrong, because they thought the older you are, the more likely it is that your kid's going to have Down syndrome or all these other things. So a lot of the statistics that are based on being over 40 and pregnant and miscarriage were because of amnio. So we stopped doing amnio because we realized that it's like a 25% miscarriage rate when you have that.
Wow.
So the intervention was causing the miscarriage, but the miscarriage rate was attributed to the woman's age, but it was the woman's age that was dictating she needed the intervention. So I don't know if that's exactly what you're talking about, but I think like the intervention has an unintended consequence.
Yes.
That could be positive or negative. I mean, in that case, it's clearly negative. That, in a positive case, you'd say something like, Wellbutrin was used for like smoking or for depression maybe, and then people were quitting smoking, and so it became like a smoking cessation drug. So it's like the off-label intervention effect ends up being a primary use of that tool down the road, because you realize that there is this unintended side effect that's positive. Viagra is the same way, right?
GLP-1 is an example, right? Like if you were only, and you usually find that the drug manufacturers are mindful of what the other benefits might be, and therefore turn those into part of what's getting studied. But in the case of all-cause mortality, what I like about that is if you're making a claim of a mortality benefit, then you can't just look at the one thing. Although a lot of people would say you can. And they would say that the usual cost thing. They would say it's too costly to capture all-cause mortality because in order to power it properly, you need to actually be going long enough and with a large enough population. But if you're claiming a mortality benefit, that becomes relevant. If that's the claim you're going to make.
Right, which is why move the endpoint so it's not the claim you're making.
Right. And so, yes, getting back to, is the detection of the disease an example of where that needs to be wrapped into the RCT of what the treatment is as to whether or not, whatever the treatment is, it's a net benefit, does become important, particularly when you wrap in, you're right, the extra step is things like false positives and false negatives. For example, if you get false positives on cancer detection, can that lead to treatment that could actually shorten your life or cause?
So, I mean, like, there's a lot of really interesting stuff that I'm circling around about early detection. I mean, especially in cancer, right? So, like, there's a lot of promotion and movement around, like, go in and, you know, get all these things checked, right? I mean, mammograms are a great example. Mammograms are horrible. Like, statistically, they're horrible. They are not good at detecting cancer. They put women through a lot of risk, and they usually lead to a biopsy. So they're great money makers. But, and I actually did a video where I like broke down all the statistics on mammograms and then got to positive predictive value of like, if you have a positive mammogram, the likelihood that you have cancer is like less than 6%. But it does get you on a pipeline. And so the thing that I always like to say is that, and there's one study, unfortunately, there's not a lot, but this is something that Tom Seyfried had said to me. If you get a biopsy, cancer is a contained unit, right? But you've now just stuck a needle in, created a hole. You're now pulling these cells out. So the metastasis happens much faster.
Wow.
So that's the kind of thing where like you're doing this early detection screening, but you may be stimulating the spread of a disease that actually we now know can resolve itself because there's an immune response. And if the immune system is strong enough, right? So there's plenty of thyroid cancer is one of them that seems to resolve itself. Right? Or there's things like prostate cancer that, like, you know, if you did autopsies on most men over the age of 60, a lot of them have prostate cancer. It's not what's going to kill them. But metastasis will kill you. Right? And so you've induced metastasis potentially through this early intervention warning. And then the other thing that drives me crazy is that a lot of the statistics around cancer have to do with 5-year survival rates. So if you get the cancer when it's like a teeny tiny cell, it's not bothering anybody. I mean, I hate to make cancer sound like I'm not on team cancer. I'm just like trying to point out that like, then your 5-year survival rate is fantastic. Versus if you catch it when it's, you know, really full stage 1, stage 2, are you living longer? And if they give you chemo and radiation, which we know cause cancer, what's the likelihood of you having a second, third, fourth bout? We also know that those things are harmful to your organs. I mean, for me, it's like, this is how one of the arguments that I like to tell women about with statins, which I know is one of your favorite topics, is the likelihood that you develop type 2 diabetes on a statin is something like hundreds of times greater if you're a woman. And what is the biggest risk factor for cardiovascular disease? Type 2 diabetes. So we're going to give you a medication that makes you far more risk for the number one cause of the thing that we say we're preventing. Makes no sense. But no doctor is having that conversation. They're not differentiating between their male and their female patients when they see their cholesterol is high. They're not even taking into account that women's cholesterol runs higher anyway, right? So it's like, I just think like with all of these things, I hate sounding so like doom and gloom, but I think like you have to play it out a couple of steps ahead or beyond just what you're going in to get treated for.
Well, you don't have, getting back to kind of the broader adjudicating thing, you don't have a counter business model to the business.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So in the case of what you described, I didn't know, and it's now making a whole lot of sense what you said Seyfried told you. It makes sense. Yeah. You're puncturing it in order to do a biopsy. If you'd ran a long enough study, even without knowing that that was what it was, then seeing that this detection itself might have this outcome. Not that I'm taking at face value that we know that for sure, but let's say that we had RCT data showing that leaving it alone versus a biopsy turned out that actually doing the biopsy resulted in worse outcomes. Then we would know. We would actually have that in front of us. The mammogram thing, I want to go back to that for just one sec. So after you did all this research, where did you land? Should there be yearly mammograms for women?
I don't think so.
Should there be occasional mammograms for women?
There was a study that I found that was out of Canada that randomized women into groups of like basically getting mammograms versus self, just checking yourself. And so if you felt a lump or something, like you should go in. But the cancer rates were lower amongst the self-exam cohort, which I thought was really interesting. I mean, that's not conclusive about anything about the development of cancer. I'm not making that leap. But I think, and I hate to say some of this stuff I think is deeply personal. Like I think there are people who get really anxious about things, and it's good for them to go and get a checkup on something, or it's not because they can put it out of their mind enough.
Yeah.
But I mean, I feel like, even knowing everything that I know about cancer as a metabolic disease, when I have friends that have developed cancer, I'm very careful about like how I share information with them, because I think there is also a really important psychological element to going through treatment where you do have to have a good enough relationship with your provider and your doctor that you feel comfortable. And if I'm constantly like, well, did you ask him about whatever, it's not so great. Not great as a friend either, right? Like the job is kind of to hold your hand.
Yeah, I haven't always been great about this because again, I'm very I hate to wave the engineer flag, but frankly, we're so data driven, and maybe I'm going to sound like a total Siegfried simp, but oh my God, I feel like certainly if I had a diagnosis, I would find a new level of carnivore for myself that I would just go on instantaneously. And this isn't me saying that I know that that's the cure, period. I know that there's more considerations beyond that. But am I taking glucose full stop as much as I can out of my system? Hell yeah, I am. I've got enough on the spectrum that I've seen that lead me to come to that conclusion. Still probability, still Bayes.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, what's interesting is that there's actually a lot of people who are coming around to this idea that, a ketogenic diet is really helpful for chemotherapy. And it's like, okay, guys, it's not the chemotherapy, it's the diet, right? But whatever, right? Because it does seem to have like...
This makes me think of the bariatric therapy where people like, you need to lose enough weight so that we can do it. You should go on a low-carb diet. And then they do it and they're like losing weight.
And then they're like, okay, now we can do the surgery.
Now let's do that surgery.
Right. It's exactly like that.
Yeah. But to your point, yes, I haven't always been able to stay entirely quiet. I try to be sensitive. But you're right. As a friend, you want to be there for them. They're facing very tough decisions. But...
Yeah, so I always sort of say like, hey, if you want to read anything about this, like hit me up, let me know.
Right.
And then they know, and they know that I've got a lot of stuff because we know each other. If we're comfortable, if they're telling me they have cancer, we're on some level, they know that I'm going to suggest that maybe there's an alternative approach.
See, I don't know if you experience the same thing I do. I do my absolute best to emphasize, I think a lot of people can thrive on a lot of kinds of diets. I draw attention to the fact, in my opinion, that we've just managed to engineer the worst diet ever that is just kind of part of our food system. And that for what it's worth, it's not that I think low-carb diets for the average person are the way to go so much as the diet we have is 80% of what's so bad.
It's like health is the absence of harm.
Right. So we've engineered so much harm in this current version of the diet, which just does happen to be with higher refined carbohydrates, that if you get that out, you could spin a wheel on all these other kinds of diets and whoa, they're better than the standard American diet.
Right.
Okay. Now that said, there is a broken state, insulin resistance syndrome, that if you get to that stage, it does seem that there's a disproportionate value in being low carb because you have a problem handling glucose in your system. There's also other forms of disease that seem to have greater efficacious value towards a ketogenic diet, which is emerging right now. Again, not saying it's the panacea, but I'm actually drawing attention to the fact that a lot of people who are, eating a whole food diet from the get-go that might even be high carb, but wasn't high refined carb, can live a good life and have good blood work and so forth over here. They didn't get to this broken, state of difficulty with what is definitionally more diabetic with regard to a dysfunction in the regulation of glucose. Then you do have these like downstream aspects of things like cancer, for which, we're beyond just glucose. The glutamine is an important piece of the puzzle that Seyfried found. I by the way, I think he should be in line for a Nobel Prize for as much as he's done. The things that he's done. He's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, but I think that's almost exactly what our like curriculum at MetFix is based on. So we have this like 2-day weekend seminar, and one of the things that I think frustrates people is that there isn't like a diet protocol, right? It's an education about, and so when people say like, well, what am I supposed to tell my clients? I'm always like, we got to meet them where they are, right? And so I think it depends on desire and urgency. So if somebody comes in and they're already chronically ill and they're like, I got to do something, like I love my children, I want to live longer, great, we're going carnivore. If they're like, hey, I know this is a problem, but like I really don't want to change too much, then you drop the soda, right?
Yeah,
low-hanging
fruit.
You start moving towards what you can work them with, right? You get them in, you get them moving, you get them feeling a little better. In that time, you're educating them on how their dietary choices are what has led them to being ill. But I think all of the chronic illness stuff, starts with the insulin, chronically high levels of insulin, or like living in this glycolytic pathway. But I also think that it is, it's cumulative. And so I think like what we're seeing is that, we're seeing this, how kids are getting, 1 in 10 American kids has fatty liver, right? Like, this is because it's, it used to be that people would be like, oh, my kids can eat anything. And it's like, yes, they can until they can't. And it's because the damage is cumulative and it builds up in your system again, to go back to this like idea of homeostasis and how amazingly beautiful our machines are, right, that we live in. I think this balance is maintained until it cannot be. And then the system really becomes deranged. And so where that shows up is most commonly in the pancreas, but it's the heart too, right? And so I think, it's the liver, it's the brain. And so like those are all the major chronic diseases. And I say to our team all the time, like, if I get cancer, they're sending me to the 5th floor of the hospital. If I get Alzheimer's, I'm sent to the basement, right? If I'm depressed, they send me to the garden. If I have diabetes, they're sending me to the 3rd floor, but it's all the same thing. And we're just treating them as though they're these individual things because of the symptoms that they've presented themselves. But it all has to do with this glycolytic pathway and the reactive oxygen species fucking up the cell. And really, it's the mitochondria. And so I think like all of that, we can teach that. And it changes the game. And so it's like, we're not looking at these things as like, oh, well, look, it's sort of interesting that like, if you're worried about heart disease, like maybe a ketogenic diet would be good. And like, oh, if you're worried about cancer, maybe like, it's funny because like when people ask Bob for diet advice, he's always like, eat meat. And they're like, and what? Like and what is that plan or whatever? He's like, just eat meat. Like if you're serious, just eat meat. Or like after we had kids and I was like trying to lose weight and I was like, I'm so frustrated. Like I can't lose any, like it's just not coming off. He's like, stop eating. And I'm like, entirely? And he's like, entirely. Because that will make you lose weight. It's like he's so simple about like how to do it. And it's like,
he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. And I think I think it's so interesting how people are like, well, what's the macro breakdown of, and it's like, it's totally up to you. Like, how quickly do you want to transform? How quickly do you want to get healthy?
Yeah.
The more urgency there is, the more severe we're going to go in the carb restriction. That's it.
Yeah. I myself, because I share my own journey on here all the time, I was militantly keto for a solid I want to say 2 years or something like that. I did this weight gain experiment because I wanted to track everything meticulously with what happened to my lipids and my body composition, all that sort of stuff. I took it very seriously. And then thinking I just snap right back after 6 weeks, going back on keto, I got my RER and a whole bunch of other great data. But took a while, and I didn't really totally lose all the weight. And I bring this up, by the way, with a lot of friends and family. Whenever there's the discussion of, well, I'm on my diet, but, for the holidays, I'm going to be like, I should tell you about my weight gain experiment.
Yeah.
Because,
you're damaging your system. I
Yeah.
mean, right? And it's like the system can recover. I mean, I think the thing about fatty liver that's so interesting is how quickly you can reverse it.
Yeah.
The liver is amazing. It's a great regenerator as long as it's not permanently damaged. And I think, a lot of these like chronic conditions are chronic because they're long, right? They're ongoing. They take a while to manifest. Although now we see this with kids because I think the dose is so much higher. But they can also be reversed. And I think like that's the part of the story that's interesting. But it doesn't mean that when you reverse it, you're back to where you were baseline.
Right. It's a mostly thing. And this is...
our big premise is really about metabolic flexibility. So it's not to tell people that like you can never have a carb again. It's basically the notion of like you want to be able to flip those switches easily. And if you can't, I think it's a symptom. So I think it's like the harder it is to get into ketosis, like if it takes you 2 weeks to get into ketosis, you're going to need to stay in ketosis longer before I'm comfortable telling you that you can go eat carbs, right? If you can flip back and forth in 24 hours, that means you can handle carbs.
Yeah. Those are typically going to be more athletic types. Like the way I describe it to my friends and family is that there's, you've got one bucket that's really small, and that's the glucose bucket, your glycogen stores. It's really small. And then you got this gigantic, like empty pool that is your fat, right? Your fat stores. And the thing about it is, if you're exercising enough, as long as you're not overfilling this first bucket, probably you're exercising off the carbs that you're getting in, right? Because a lot of people are functioning where this thing is flowing over. If there was a detector for de novo lipogenesis, like just a little scan, and because why are you making lipids in your liver?
Right.
That's an important question. But if you're making a lot of lipids in your liver, that if you're specifically creating fat out of glucose, especially, that's an important clue.
Mm-hmm.
Because those who are metabolically healthy typically are not. Mm-hmm. They're typically, unless they're like on a very low-fat diet, and then there's some degree in which they'd be doing that. But generally speaking, you shouldn't be generating fuel from other fuel unless there's a problem.
Right. Because it goes back to the balance idea.
Right. You're most likely, and if you're fat adapted, you almost certainly aren't.
Right.
Again, unless you're really over consuming. Technically, the not to get geeky, but the glycerol backbone is a portion of the glucose. So you can still be, anyway. I'm excited to see that there's an education program like you guys have that's going forward, and particularly that couples in the exercise component, because that is a relevant piece of it. I think, and still maintain the opinion, I think it's mostly a diet thing, that so many things are downstream of diet. And interesting, a lot of the synergy of being able to, getting back to the food noise thing, you're correcting kind of one to then correct the other.
Yep.
But the diet still becomes a huge component of that.
Yeah, well, when Greg and I were thinking about doing what we were going to do when his non-compete expired, because he sold CrossFit in 2020, and he maintained the rights to everything that he wrote and every up he did, so every speaking engagement. And what wasn't well known by the people buying the company, what was well known to us, I helped with that transition period, was that most of their curriculum, so like most of their intellectual property, was written by him. So if we had wanted to just go do CrossFit again and call it something else, we could have legally. We could actually use his writing. We could do anything we wanted. But we intentionally didn't do that. We inverted the curriculum that he developed. So we really, Bob and I mostly spent a lot of time analyzing, okay, 20% of the CrossFit L1 is nutrition and 80% is movement.
Mm-hmm.
But in Greg's pyramid, which is sort of like the hierarchy of, health, sport is at the very top and nutrition is at the very bottom, makes it the base of the pyramid. But it wasn't explained. So I had worked out at a lot of tons of CrossFit gyms and Bob too. And nobody could, they'd say eat low carb, but nobody really talked about it. And most of them are selling sugar Slurpees to you after your workout, right?
Right.
And they're like, oh, it's okay after our workout. And you're like, you don't really understand. And so we basically, the three of us decided that this should be the inversion. So our curriculum is 80% nutrition and disease and about 20% movement. And the movement is really looking at these same energy pathways. So, and our focus is really on special populations. So it's trying to get people, I say to the affiliates all the time, we have 80% of the country is not going into the gym. The 20% that all the gym market is fighting over, they're already coming in. It's the 80% who need us the most and who aren't coming. So that people are running really cool campaigns where they're saying, there's this affiliate owner I love who's in England, and she just did this Instagram post where she was like, I know all you ladies are on those GLP-1s. I know all you dad bods are on those GLP-1s. Come work out with me because you're going to waste away and you're going to lose your lean body mass and your bones are going to go, but I can get you fit. And within a day, that whole class was filled. We have an affiliate in California who I adore named Lori. She's doing a women in strength class. She's working with elderly people. And these affiliates, we selected them. The application process is significant. Again, it's everything is anti-business. It's we want to take people who are really dedicated to serving their communities in a larger capacity than just, personal training, and elevate that role of a personal trainer into a professional, which is really what Greg's original mission was with CrossFit. He knew that the personal trainers were driving massive health benefits if they were doing it right. And they weren't credited the same way that a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant was, but they should be for the value that they were providing. And I think Medfix is really able to do that because of the results that they're getting. It's just, it's mind-blowing.
You said that there are 11 locations?
No, there's over, we have over probably 150 or so, but we have 11, 12, 13 that are in doctors' offices. So we have doctors that have decided basically that they don't have enough time or way to facilitate the lifestyle changes that they know their patients need. And so they've opened Medfix gyms or, facilities within their medical practice so that they can basically say hey, I want you to go here and get the Medfix training so that you're not gaining weight anymore and I don't have to put you on medication.
But are these literally bricks and mortar, locations, Medfix?
Yeah.
You said
there are 2 in Vegas.
There's 2 in Vegas. I gotta visit one.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Yeah.
So it's but it's quite literally you're not typical gym bros where somebody can just get a membership. It's specific to this program.
Well, no. So, it's also for athletes. I think, it's not just for sick people. And most of our affiliates are, not in the doctor's offices and not a handful of others, and there's some big gym concepts that are interested in us being their education arm. So this will probably change. But just because of Greg, essentially, a lot of the CrossFit gyms heard he was doing this new thing and they came over. So we have a lot of gyms that are both Medfix and CrossFit.
Huh.
I actually think sort of the future of fitness is going to be sort of patchwork. You're going to be a High Rocks gym that has Medfix classes or that does Medfix nutrition, and maybe you're a CrossFit gym or you're a Barry's boot camp or whatever, but you're sort of this potpourri of the best brought together. And we thought we would be working more with CrossFit HQ. We thought that we're not really impeding on their territory, and it is a higher level of education than they're currently offering. And for a lot of the affiliates that they have that have been in business for 15, 20 years, they're looking desperately for more, higher level of interest and a way to get new people in the door. And this is solving for all of that. So I think for us, the partnership with the CrossFit gyms is perfect because they understand movement. So, part of the reason we didn't decide to just do CrossFit over again was because I think Greg really solved for fitness. He defined it. He came up with a measurable definition for fitness that really, is scalable and allows anybody to come in. So the affiliates that we have that are CrossFit gyms are sort of pre-approved. We know they're already in the game. If you've been in business for 10, 15 years running a CrossFit box, the average gym in this country is open for 2 years and 9 months. So like you're doing something right? And you built your community. And so then this is just an added layer that you can provide those members. So like one of the things that I love is that when our affiliates go through the training and they're so reinvigorated and they're so excited to get back to their community and share this knowledge, right? And this education and the tools that we're building for them. But then like a couple of months later, I'll get emails from people being like, you wouldn't believe how my members, it feels like the first time we opened, like the first year we were in business. And it's like, well, yeah, because there's this trickle down effect, right? Like you're re-energized. And so of course they're feeling that too, and they're excited. And I think people are getting health results. You've always got people in the gym who are, down to their last 10 pounds and like can't get it off. Then it's always diet. You know what I mean? And I think once you get them that far, you can push them over. And I think, even just feeling like an authority. Like I don't expect that all of the, MetFix coaches are out there on the floor talking about reactive oxygen species or the electron transport chain. Right. But now that they know it and they've been introduced to it, they can speak with real authority about, carbohydrates and insulin and seed oils and things that maybe they knew a little bit about, but they probably didn't feel comfortable. So I always like to say, I really hope that at the end of that training, when they go back to their community, they have a cardiologist come in and say, like, what are you, you can't tell people to be eating fat. And they can sit down with them and they can do a couple drawings and they can kind of explain how the body processes saturated fat versus how it processes PUFAs and like why this is actually okay. And I think that's happening, which is pretty cool.
Okay, so let's segue to seed oils. We've already talked about carbs. I'm interested. What's the case against seed oils?
So we've mentioned reactive oxygen species. And I think like the simplest way to explain this, we go into a lot of detail in the class. I think if you think of it as a signaling molecule that tells the cell when the cell is full. And so when it's low, it's telling the cell, bring in more nutrients. Whereas when it's high, it says it's full. And so when you have the combination of insulin being really high, which is a storage hormone, I don't know how much of a sick point. And so you're basically trying to shunt all of these nutrients into the cell, and the cell door is remaining open longer because of the reactive oxygen species being low. I like to say it's sort of like a double barrel shotgun in the body. And so it's interesting because like even people like Gary and I have known each other for 25 some years before he wrote Good Calories, Bad Calories. He and I used to always sort of think it was funny, like the notion that it was like sugar was introduced into these cultures where they had rice and beans and all these carbs, that was the advent of chronic disease. And I get that that's like a much higher dose, so the insulin response is higher, but it didn't really fully answer it for me. And now the seed oil piece actually really does answer it because it follows that same timeline, right? So like if you look at the introduction of seed oils, so I mean like, there was we could go back to the dietary guidelines and the whole history of all of this is really fascinating. But it used to be people consumed saturated fat much more, right? And then we were told it was unhealthy to the heart. And so the American Heart Associations, and we get the dietary guidelines. And then, from 1960 to 1980, there's pretty good trials that are done on saturated fat that are widely ignored, right? Or in some cases, totally buried. Or Framingham Heart, the guy loses his funding. So it wasn't incentivized to keep looking at saturated fat as good or have any research that indicated that it was. And everything was moved toward polyunsaturated fats being heart healthy. But what we've seen is that they're not, right? And I think, I'm going to maybe get this wrong, but there are about 9 randomized clinical trials from 1960 to 1980 or 1990. I think it's like 90,000 participants in those studies, all of which show that saturated fat is all-cause mortality, again, is beneficial to all-cause mortality. Those were buried, right? So we switch over to this PUFA environment where, the seed oils are, cooked at these crazy temperatures and all the processing that goes into it. But it's also the way that the body is responding to it. And I think one of the things for me is that when you hear people talk about inflammation, so a lot of people will say like, oh, seed oils are bad because they cause inflammation. Who's like, but why? Right? Like you want to know why is it causing inflammation, because inflammation is a reaction,
right?
But it's not telling you anything about root cause. And I think the reactive oxygen species hypothesis is solid. It's new, right?
This sounds like Peter, hyperlipid.
Yeah,
right?
Peter Dobromelsky.
Yeah, we all mess up his last name. Sorry, Peter, but yes.
Yeah. And so Bob, was really the one who pushed this forward, because I didn't know a lot about it. I stopped eating seed oils because everybody said they were bad, as much as you can. But the idea that they are a signaling molecule that signals fullness, the easiest, way to sort of experience this for yourself. And I talk about this company all the time. I really need to reach out to them and see if they will sponsor me in some capacity. But it's this company called Vandy, and they make these chips that are cooked in beef tallow. So they're potato chips, right? And I always say, if you give me a bag of Cape Cod potato chips or Doritos, I could rip through that, no problem, great. These Vandy chips, you eat 4 or 5 of them and you're full. It's a completely different experience. And it's because the beef tallow is saturated fat and they don't have any PUFAs in those chips. The chips are $19 a bag. So it's they're not really, because the beef tallow is more expensive. But it's a very good experiment for people who don't understand this stuff. And I think we need to start serving those chips, because I think it probably is one of these things where if you only had carbohydrate and not sugar, right? But you're eating a lot of rice and beans and you didn't have the introduction of seed oils, you might be fine. And it might even be if you only had PUFA, but you didn't have the insulin spikes, you might be fine. I really think there's something to this idea that it's the combination of the two, which makes up really most people's diets, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally have gone to Whole Foods multiple times and been I have a canola oil allergy. Do you have anything that I can eat here? And they're like, no.
Correct.
You can't avoid it unless. So we have something on Broken Science or on metfix.org that's what we call the Daily Fix, and it's a workout of the day and a recipe and a reading. So it's supposed to be the brain, belly, body. And those recipes are all seed oil free and low carb, and you can make them in less than 15 minutes. Because I actually think it's very hard for somebody to regain their health and not eat seed oils and eat low carb if they're eating out all the time. I mean, even you go to fancy steak places and they're coating the steaks in canola.
Oh, yeah.
Or marinating.
Well, they're usually frying it. This is this is where my head goes right away with the seed oil discussion. The first is the oxidizing. PUFAs are much more vulnerable to oxidation than saturated fat is. Literally every double bond is that greater degree of susceptibility. And I think that that's very relevant with not just when it's fried, but even how it's stored, especially if it's stored in a clear container. That's been, shown to be relevant towards that component. But on top of that, we know that lipoproteins, these little guys.
Oh, look how cute you are.
Yeah. This is made by Dave Feldman's mom.
That is so sweet.
She actually crocheted it.
That's amazing.
But they
visual aid.
Yeah, visual aid. The more there are polyunsaturated fats in this, the more analog-wise, the more likely it is to get oxidized, and then it will be removed faster because of scavenger receptors. Now, how much that's relevant to why a higher diet of polyunsaturated fatty acids results in lower LDL is a subject of enormous interest to me, but very hard to speculate, because there are, I want to say, 4 or 5 other things related to PUFA versus saturated fat as to why there might be lower LDL. But its likelihood of getting greater oxidation and needing to use scavenger receptors is of enormous interest to me when talking about harm again, right? There's another one that's really fascinating to me, which also related to this sphere, which is the structural changes. That literally the bilayers of our cells are actually getting a higher proportion of PUFAs in the phospholipid legs, such that they They literally are structurally different. That's something Kate Shanahan's talked about. I think Tucker Goodrich has talked about it too. Okay, but here's where I want to be a good scientist. How often do we see seed oils as a major component of existing junk food, existing, high
100%.
like nearly 100%? How often?
Even health food.
Yeah, even health food.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not, this is part of the reason that the processed food thing to me is troubling. I think it's a little bit of a, and I need to say this sort of diplomatically, maybe it's a Trojan horse, right? Maybe it's a way into the problems of carbohydrates and sugar and seed oils because it includes those. But it also feels like an obfuscation sort of what we really need to be focusing on. And so what is processed food? If there's some, and I should know this, but the definition has changed. I don't think there's really like a codified definition for what it means, which is always problematic.
A huge problem.
Which, by the way, there also isn't of low carb. So like I have people who send me these things and they're like, this low carb study. And I'm like, they were eating 300 grams of carbs.
Yes.
This is not low carb, right? But we don't have it defined. And it's like, this is, again, one of these scientific, you have to define your terms. And if you don't, then it's the Wild West and anybody can say anything is anything. So that's how I feel about processed food. It's a blanket statement that is sort of meaningless. So you look at health foods. I mean, it goes back to like me at the playground with the moms giving their kids juice packs that are organic. It's a way of making people feel like they're doing the right thing. Oh, this isn't processed. It's from Whole Foods. It's from the prepared food section at Whole Foods. It's loaded with canola oil. For me, that's a processed food because the oil was processed, but nobody else is going to think of it that way. If you go to the freezer section, basically, of any grocery store. Now, remember also, a lot of people aren't in our, sort of silo here.
Right.
So they still think PUFAs are good. They think they're heart healthy. So you can go to like some crunchy granola health food store and they're loaded with PUFAs because they think that's what's good for your heart. So it's really a buyer beware kind of situation. And it's so confusing because like you go to the nutty health food store, that guy's going to be vehement that he knows what he's talking about. And I think that's why our curriculum is really biology, because you got to get back to like, what do we all know to be true? And even in that environment, we say, this is what we think we know.
Yes. It's back to probability.
Right.
But
it's also back to the island. It's like, Bob's Dream Island is like, you get everybody with chronic disease and they sit on an island and all they get is meat. And tell me what the rate of chronic disease is in 5 years, right?
That sounds like my island.
Well, you and Bob could go there together.
Yeah, I literally have on Twitter, I probably posted it 3 times, and it's usually when I'm in a ranty mood, because it's usually after I've gotten some not so great news from one side of my family, that the challenge cases. I talk about this island I'd like to have that has a 10-hour all-you-can-eat keto buffet.
Amazing.
But it's actually whole food keto. There's no fat bombs. There's no heavy whipping cream shakes. And it wouldn't be only meat. It would be like steak and salmon and eggs and cheese and, things like that. But have as much as you want. Eat to your heart's content. This is what I've found with everybody who really takes this on in a serious manner, which is if you're not finding some other way, some spices, some topping, some sauce, something like that, for which you sneak in a way to consume a lot more. If it's just, salt and pepper on a steak, if it's a burger patty with cheese, if it's eggs, something like that, I find I cannot overeat them, even when I'm trying. It's 1,000 calories a heavy whipping cream shake I can down easily. 1,000 calories of a steak. Okay, that's going to take some work, and it's not. And I could do 2,000 calories of a heavy whipping cream shake for sure. 2,000 calories of a steak.
Yeah, but see, I would push back on you that it's not about the calories; it's about what your body's going to do with the food. And so, do you find you gain weight when you eat the heavy whipping cream?
No. So here's the thing. No. To be fair, I don't usually find I need to eat more of it. So Keto chow is a good example. Keto chow, I actually will add keto chow to my daily routine to eat less. Seems unintuitive because it doesn't get much more processed than keto chow, right? Because it's a meal replacement, it's a powder. I add heavy whipping cream.
I'm like imagining what they feed the rats. I don't know. It sounds hugely unappetizing. Keto chow.
No, yeah, chow is what you're thinking of, right? But no, Quest chocolate chip cookies, because I have a weakness for chocolate chip cookies. I could eat those all day long. I could just like eat them and eat them and eat them.
They don't hurt your tummy?
Oh, they'll give me all resistant starch will eventually have effects, but they don't have it on me right away.
One of Bob's Any Coolest One experiments was only eating Quest bars.
Oh, how'd that go?
He smelled horrible. Nobody wanted to be around him. I definitely ended that experiment earlier than he might have. Got to stop.
You said, listen, I'm married to you.
You can sleep in another bedroom. This is not happening. And to his credit, he stuck with it for a while and documented everything, right? But no, it's funny because when when we had we had 6 gyms that we owned. And when we'd get people, on a low carb diet, and they would say, but I want, I'm not counting calories. And it was this whole process. I would always say to them, yeah, you're right. You can starve yourself the way that you have been for the last 40 years, or you can eat as much as you want but just sticking with these foods.
Right.
And so that's your choice. And I think, you look at a lot of the low carb studies and people will be like, well, they're not eating very many calories. And it's yes, but they're not hungry. And that's a huge factor. Maybe they're not eating more because they're accessing the fat on their body for energy and they don't need the exogenous sources of energy anymore because their metabolism is actually functioning properly for the first time.
Right.
Versus starving yourself on a diet of, 1,000 calories and all you can do is think about all the food you want to eat that you're now not allowed to eat, right? On this diet, you stop thinking about food, right? So it goes back to this idea of people saying to me, I'm bored. And it's you're bored because you had been living in this starvation mode forever. And you have to now you have actual energy in your brain to think about something else. So find something useful to do with your time.
And this gets me full circle because this is where I was going before with where I was militantly keto when I began. I remember what I wanted to say, which is that the me today, I bounce between keto and low carb. And I'll define my low carb, which is under 100 grams carbs a day. But I shift based on what I'm observing myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to track a huge number of metrics daily. Now I'm just a bit more mindful. And frankly, my Oura Ring is where I catch my sleep. And then when I'm taking it on and off, I like to joke that it's the undocumented feature that I can tell I'm gaining weight if it's getting harder for me to take off. And then I'll weigh myself. And at a certain cap, usually around, 194 pounds or something like that, I'll go, bringing the carbs down.
Yep.
And getting a lot more militantly keto because obviously I've not been as good lately. But if I'm above 100 grams of carbs, which I'm not doing that often unless it's vacation, I'm really whatever, I know I can't hang there for very long. Not at the state I'm in. I'm insulin resistant enough in a persistent manner. I've regained a lot of my metabolic flexibility, which I can speak to, and more than some of my family, but not as much as some of my other family, that I know where I stand. And I want that for anybody else.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's exactly what we teach. And I like
right.
the Whole30 is a really beautiful concept, I think, because people do it wrong, right? Because they eliminate everything for 30 days and then they go to the bar and eat the fried food or whatever because they've abstained for 30 days and they deserve it, rather than doing what you're supposed to do, which is really adding in one thing at a time for a week and seeing how you respond to it.
You should set up Whole30 just real quick. So
So Whole30 is a program, it's a company, and I can't remember the founders' names, but it's basically the premise is that you cut out you're only eating meat, vegetables, no dairy.
It's very paleo, actually.
Yeah, it's paleo. I think that's right. But the idea is that basically it takes you 30 days. And people often feel better, but they don't notice how much they feel better until they add So this idea is that you basically are clean for 30 days, and then you slowly add back in things that were in your diet before. So you're not counting carbs, right? It's really just about eating naturally occurring foods. And through that process, people will be like, oh, wow, like I didn't realize my headaches were gone and now they're back because I've entered, or a lot of people will report on like stomach issues or, digestion issues because of dairy that they didn't know, that they just thought like everybody in my family has an upset stomach, right? But I didn't have it. But oftentimes you don't realize it's missing, like the absence of it isn't front of mind until it is re-entered. And that's sort of what we say with the MetFix, sort of protocol or whatever, is that if you go super extreme and then you start adding carbs back in, you'll learn what your threshold is for carbs, right? And so once you start gaining weight, okay, well then now that's your point. Don't go past that. Stay below that and you'll be okay. But it is, I really think that it goes back to this idea the damage is cumulative. And so it is like everybody is different because everybody has damaged themselves to a different degree. And so the amount of tolerance you have varies based on that degree. And I think you can heal yourself. I mean, I think there are definitely people I know who have abstained from carbs, in some cases in totality for a year or two, and then they can eat carbs and it doesn't make them gain weight. Whereas before, if they had like a potato, they would gain weight. And so I think like the body is amazing at healing and it wants to stay in balance. But the only way that I can tell you how many carbs you can eat is for you to not eat them, get to some healthy,
right,
measurements through blood and through weight and through body fat. And then we add them back in and we see how your body responds to them. And that's an ongoing process. It's not a one size fits all. And I mean, I think one of the things that I used to say to people at the gym when they would say, well, it's not fair because like Sally over there can eat all these things and she's fine. And I'm like, she hasn't damaged herself to the degree that you have. And it's a little bit like sunscreen, right? Like somebody I know who, like a black friend of mine can go out in the sun and she doesn't need any sunscreen. I do, right? And I actually don't wear sunscreen, but that's another conversation. But like I'm more likely to burn.
Yeah,
right.
I've had this exact conversation with family members of mine. I don't want to call them out, but I will say, for example, somebody who's really close to me has very severe insulin resistance. And actually, you know what? I'll use my dad because my dad is more insulin resistant than I am. My sister is less insulin resistant than I am. So it goes in that pecking order. It's he needs to be keto.
Mm-hmm.
Got to be keto. A couple slices of bread to him is going to have a more profound impact on him for a longer span of time than it would be for me.
Mm-hmm.
However, for me, it'll have an impact, and depending on where I'm in my exercise thing too, as well as keeping the glycogen levels low, will have a bigger one than, say, my sister. My sister has a little bit of insulin resistance, but not nearly as much as I do. I don't have as much as my dad does. And I'm aware that when he's at a family gathering, feels awkward when somebody else also has diabetes, and yet his threshold for what he can handle is different than theirs.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, unfortunately, and he would concede this, it's been his lifestyle that preceded it, that brought, at the point where he had his diagnosis was, I want to say 25 years older than when I started low carb.
Okay.
So it could have been that if I had continued, I would have ended up in roughly the same place he was at. And so my starting when I started helped me preserve some of that flexibility.
100%.
And so it's possible that I even regain more flexibility than I do now, or it's possible I don't. But I'm pretty sure that it's not going to get worse as long as I maintain as I'm doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
I mean, that would be my guess also.
There's a hypothetical that I posed to other guests before, and I'd be interested in what your take on this is, which is, imagine you have a twin and you both eat the same diet, live the same way until you're age 20. Then your twin steps off and has a terrible diet for the next 30 years and becomes obese and things go downhill, but then reunites with you 30 years later, you're both age 50, and then for the next 3 years, She synchronizes with you on the eating the same food, getting the same exercise. Okay. Now at 53, are you both in identical metabolic shape?
No way.
No, I don't think so either. Is she probably improved, though, from when you reunited at 50?
Yes.
Yes, right. So some amount, we can't say we know any idea. Some amount of metabolic health was regained. And I'm going to speculate in this hypothetical, it's most of it. But is there some damage that was done from the 30 years?
Definitely.
I think it's for certain, right? And it's okay. It's still not too late.
No, it's
to
not.
make these key changes,
right,
and to regain so much of your life. You can't have this unrealistic expectation. And part of one of the other things I get very vocal on is I feel like too often, especially bringing it back to social media, too often the super success story is the one that gets all the traction.
Mm-hmm.
It's the person who was obese, but then became a fitfluencer, and now they're, selling their supplements and they're showing off how they're great and amazing body and that kind of thing. People do so well when comparing themselves to themselves and lose track of that when they're looking at their neighbor or their husband, ladies, and they see all of this transformation that seems so much more effortless for these other people.
Yeah.
And don't realize how far they've come.
Well, and also, I mean, it's all a comparative model. I mean, like, I have a funny story of this was a while ago, but like, remember we were doing those Biggest Loser challenges?
Yeah.
Okay, so this couple that we're friends with, the husband and wife were doing it with some other people. And the wife was so pissed off. And I remember her calling me and being like, he has lost like 10 pounds this week and all he did was stop drinking Coke. Like, I don't drink Coke. So like, I can't do that, right? Like, this is not fair. And it's like, that's a good example, right? It's like, is he better off for not drinking Coke and he's lost 10 pounds than she is who wasn't ever drinking Coke? No. She's still better off,
right?
Because she started with a better baseline, right? But I also think like there's nothing, and I mean like I have to take your hypothetical and take it a step further, which is that a lot of people don't realize that when you go through menopause, you become insulin resistant, which is probably what we could attribute to the reason for dementia becoming a real problem during that stage of life. Forever, 2/3 of Alzheimer's patients are female. And forever people have said it's because women live longer, which was idiotic because women weren't actually developing Alzheimer's after they had outlived their male counterpart, right? Like, it didn't make any sense.
Can I just say, there's always these convenient, like, hypotheses that have, like, no basis that's just sort of thrown out there. For example, the heart disease developing later, it's probably because their hormones are cardioprotected. I'm like, where's the study?
Right.
To back up the thing you're throwing out there.
Maybe.
Right? Like,
maybe.
It's possible.
Right.
But can you...
But there's so many of the, like, so if you take the example of these two, me and my twin, well, we're 53. So now we're both much more at risk. So I would say that's a huge inflection point, right? And a lot of the advice that people are giving to perimenopause women to like help with their symptoms is to eat more carbs and exercise less. And it's like, I'm sorry, what in the hell?
What?
Yes.
Wow.
It's a huge narrative being pushed out.
Wow.
And I think it's so dangerous and detrimental. And it just completely ignores the interplay between insulin and estrogen, which are hugely related because insulin is a storage hormone. And when your body thinks that it can get pregnant, it's going to try and store more. So your insulin has a response to that. And when your insulin is fluctuating all over, when your estrogen is fluctuating all over the place and then you don't have it, you don't think that has a bearing on your insulin? Of course it does. And so it's like, that's the kind of stuff that I think like, and I feel this way about kids. I think like if kids are damaging their liver to the point where they're diagnosed with an alcoholic liver, what are we setting them up for long term? Like, can the liver regenerate really quickly? Yes, at some point. But not after it's crossed over to some point where now they're really in danger because their liver doesn't function anymore.
Well, and by this point, you're now downstream of ectopic fat, which is, getting back to the regaining metabolic health. The further along you are,
mm-hmm.
the more internal remodeling you need to do.
Well, and that's the other thing with like the, sort of like menopause, perimenopause stage of life, is that people will say like, oh, your ass gets flatter and your belly gets bigger and it's just how it goes. It's like, no, you have more ectopic fat. What is ectopic fat? It's fat in places we're not supposed to have it, like your organs. So like when you see a beer belly, it's like that's because they've got fat all over their organ. It's not just aging, it's a metabolic dysfunction, and it's the body compensating by trying to store fat wherever it can. The story on this has not been told right. And like the way we visualize it is even wrong. You know what I mean? Like you see grandma with her belly and like that's just how it is. It's like, nope, grandma's got fat in places she's not supposed to have it.
That's always been one of the frustrations. It's bittersweet because I feel like until I was coming into the nutrition space, there was kind of a comfort in feeling like things just happen. Certainly brain diseases. I used to be like, wow, I hope that I don't, have a bad draw to where I get Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
But, it's only so much I can do. And now the me of today is like, oh, there's a lot you can do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well, it's like the ApoE, like the two, what is it, ApoE4? 4?
Yeah.
Like that's interesting because that's an inflammatory gene, right? So it used to be protective. And it would mean like if you cut your foot, you heal faster. And so like we're all running around barefoot. If you have 2 copies of ApoE4, you're actually good, right? But I think it's like the advent of this high carbohydrate diet, chronically high levels of insulin, which is inflammatory, with a predisposition for inflammation that was once really helpful to you is now no longer helpful because of the diet.
Yeah, I'm like the defender of inflammation. It's always talked about like it's the bad guy. Yeah. And I'm constantly trying to remind people, we would die without inflammation.
Totally. Right.
Like it is the playbook of healing. And the reason it's got a bad rap is because it's usually talked about in the context of chronic inflammation, which don't get me wrong, chronic inflammation is a problem. But you shouldn't jump to the conclusion that you should now limit the inflammation. You should jump to the conclusion you need to find out the chronic source of the chronic inflammation. Right. Because again, it is a reaction. It's like having the emergency vehicles constantly showing up in your neighborhood. You shouldn't be questioning, why is the police, so close? Something like that.
Yeah.
Just going, what's the reason that they keep showing up here?
Mm-hmm.
I should care about that.
Yeah. Well, that's my trigger too. I mean, like I definitely, when people say inflammation, I'm always like, why?
Right. The why is important.
Yeah.
There's an intermediary between.
CRP is a good test for that. I mean, I think like it's not a end all be all marker of anything.
One of my favorites. Mm-hmm. It's a highly sensitive, non-specific inflammatory marker. So for sure, there are false positives such as, be mindful of working out right before you get it because you're quite literally inflaming yourself. But does it provide useful information? I would argue it's the first place I like to go if trying to figure something out. If I were brainstorming with Bob, the first thing I ask is, did they get a CRP? If they got a CRP and it's low, whole category of things
go off the table.
Right, go off the table. Now we're talking about a whole other category, right? Conversely, if it's high and how high, well, then actually that's pretty useful information because now a whole new category, we can focus on this category and a little less on this category. It's a signal of how much the body knows that there's a problem and what its intended way of dealing with it is. And I'm so fascinated by the immune response, and its tie into atherosclerosis was kind of the gateway drug to me becoming more aware of it. But again, getting back to the incredible intricacies of the human body, like this, I joke with my engineering friends that I'm working on a network far advanced than anything I've ever worked on before because nothing comes close.
Yeah.
So, all right, this looks like a good spot to call it. Emily, how do people find you?
I was just going to give you my cell phone number. No. I really do like communicating with people. So I feel like anybody can reach out to me on Instagram. My personal account is news, not noise at Instagram. On Twitter, I'm Emily Kaplan X for X, not Twitter. I should say on X. We're broken_science on Twitter, Broken Science Initiative on Instagram. And then we have Metfix by Broken Science as an Instagram account for those that are really just interested in the Metfix piece. So in the metabolic fix in the health, in that section. But everything on that account is always reposted or collaborated on Broken Science, which is our main place that we play. But thank God I'm not the one playing on there so much anymore. I have much more talented people doing that and handling it and not getting angry at the world all the time. So I'm grateful to them for that. And then we have a YouTube channel.
That's true.
Which is, I think, just the Broken Science Initiative.
Yeah, I can find it by just putting that in the YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. This was really fun.